9 o'clock on day 2 of our annual retreat here on the 22nd of February. We recessed yesterday until this time, so I'll call the meeting to order. And Councilman Broadway will be here this morning. But before we get started on the schedule here, I want to bring back Mr. O'Donnell. He didn't get an opportunity to finish one of his slides yesterday, so come on up, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the Council. This is the slide that I talked about yesterday, but it wasn't in the package, but I thought that a visual is always a good idea to have. So this is extracted from the Stantec study. So the numbers come from Stantec, but it's not presented in their form. So what I wanted to do here was to show what would happen if we did nothing. In other words, we just went on business as usual with our operating expenses and then paying our debt service. And Davenport will show this too later on, but you can see that over time the debt service begins to decline gently, and then here 2030, 2031 it goes down a little bit more, but later on it really drops off. But Davenport will show that. So is it realistic that we would do that? Absolutely not. There's no way that we will just be able to continue as usual, because what did I show you yesterday? You've already got an expenditure out there that you're absolutely going to have to address with the water plant and the cracks, particularly on the external wall that we showed you. So we're talking there. We don't know what it is until we do until we get the study back from the consulting engineer. So we're talking, we don't know whether it's 50,000, 500,000, $1 million. It could be very expensive, or it may not be very expensive at all, but we need to find out what that is. But guaranteed, these numbers then are going to change. But then you've got other things that will come up over time that will affect these numbers as well. So this is bare bones. This is absolutely the bare minimum that you need to operate if you don't do anything else, and nothing breaks, like your car breaks down kind of thing, but nothing breaks. Anyway, so all right, so what they have, then we have our total expenses here, and then the revenues. Now these revenues, as you see, this is without raising rates, but this includes what you collect from your meter readings, your regular water and sewer bills that everybody gets. And then in addition to that, it would be things like bulk water purchases plus contracts and things like that rolled into it. There's other things that are not included in here, which will add to this. Like this year, we've got 2.7 million in for ARPA. Which isn't shown here. This is just the base revenue that we collect. There's also late fees, other things, and miscellaneous revenues that we collect too. All right, so let's just say, for the sake of argument, that we never change the rates. What happens? So available for fund balance, in other words, to add to the fund balance, how much is available? Well, in 23, even in 23, you're starting to show you're going to have that much less for fund balance. So you're going to have a cumulative shortfall of 1.31 million. So this goes up over time, and the reason it goes up mostly, even though the debt service is coming down, your operating costs are going up faster for the most part. So you can see that these deficits keep getting bigger. Then around 2030 to 31, they stop. They flatten out, and the reason for that is that debt service really becomes less of an issue, and it starts falling off more dramatically. So these numbers will recover a little bit, but the effect of that then is that over the years, you can see the numbers, deficits going up, cumulative shortfall keeps going up, and you get this figure of $26.09 million. Now, obviously, these numbers are going to change to once it becomes actual. These are just projections, but they're projections showing us going in the wrong direction as far as being able to add to our fund balance. One other slide I wanted to show you, to go back to it. Let's see.
Rod, before you leave that one,
Yes, sir.
Debt service, that does presume no new debt.
Absolutely.
necessary.
Absolutely.
That presumes this is not a seven-figure repair
Right.
for us to maintain safe water.
Nothing like that is included. This is your existing debt service for what we are already paying for.
Right.
In other words, stuff that's generally speaking in the ground or constructed, one way or the other. Okay?
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I wanted to go back and visit, this slide here. So to prevent you from doing that, and again, these are Stantec's numbers, they're not audited numbers, they're ones that they gleaned from our budget, basically, for the most part. So you can see the revenues with rate increases going up, and then you do get a surplus, and that surplus accumulates over time. And this includes if you raising rates, and it includes doing all the capital needs over time that we need to do. So this rate increase here is the most important, because this gets you started. If you don't do this, then it gets more expensive over time for these ones. These rate increases will have to be greater than that if you don't do this. So this is the target to begin with. This is the one that we need to be looking at to begin with. We'll revise these numbers as time goes on, but that one is the critical one. Unfortunately, it looks like the residential customer bill is going to get very expensive in FY27, but again, these numbers here will have to be looked at again, and this number hopefully will come down. Again, that's if you want to do all the capital that we need to do that's been identified in the CIP. So anyway, that's your first step right there. And here you can see we even have a little bit of a shortfall, because even including ARPA funds, if we used ARPA funds for operating, it doesn't really matter, but in this particular situation, it doesn't matter whether it's capital or operating. This is both included, or capital as well. So you've got this shortfall here. Even doing that, that's an FY23, but then this recovers rapidly after that. Questions?
The surplus, what does that allow us to do? What's the advantage to running a surplus, especially one that's $3.2 million in 24?
Yeah, this will help you to, first of all, it builds your fund balance, which you really need to have. And Davenport will speak to this, but you need to have your fund balance at a healthy level, and this is beginning to do that. There is a recommendation that Davenport will go over with you. This then is available for emergencies. It's available for other things, but it really helps us along the line.
It'll help pay down the $200 million worth of
Yeah,
requirements with the water
yeah, the
treatment
two,
plant.
the $218 million that I showed you in another slide. See if I can bring that one up for you. This one here. So it'll help that number pretty dramatically. So, and we include 3% annual inflation, see that for capital costs, but who knows what inflation is going to be over the next several years. It might take a while to get this 7% under control. I hope it's sooner rather than later. I am a retired person, so anyway. Other questions? So let me hammer home this again.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you ever go back to the slide where it's talking about the 20% increase?
Yes, ma'am. Let me go back to that.
Okay, you say the ARPA funds, 2.5,
Yeah.
that we're talking about that we've already put in, right? Okay. So now what happens when we put more?
Well, I mean, okay, so ARPA, there's going to be two different tranches of ARPA. So the first
Right.
tranche, the first tranche that we have is about 8.6 million. Well, it's actually two tranches, but the first basically grant that we got was for about 8.6 million. So
Right.
let's say we use half of that in the in the general fund. That leaves us with about 4.3 million. So this is 2.5. This is 2.5 million of that. So 2.6 million close. So you've got another couple of million that you could use. So it's going to make a very small. It's going to make a small dent in that. It's going to raise that a little bit. But here's the bottom line. Let's go back to that first slide I had for you this morning. So ARPA might possibly reduce that number there a couple of million. Now, there is a second tranche of ARPA money that we could get up to $15 million that's administered by the state.
Right.
But that will only be for capital. Okay? That's only for capital. And that doesn't affect any of this at all. There you go. That doesn't affect any of that at all, because this doesn't include any capital. So that 15 million will enable you to do capital stuff, which doesn't show in here. That number's going to be that anyway, even with that 15 million, except for, you know, the other 2 million that you could reduce it by. First 2 million I talked about. Okay? Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. I just remind the council that this is a subject that we've talked extensively about for months now. And we have to make a decision soon because the budget process starts. And I'm not saying we make it right this minute, but we cannot delay this decision much longer because, as I said, our budget preparation is beginning shortly. In fact, there's some work already begun on that. So we need to have this decision made before we construct our budget. Okay, we'll get back to the agenda for today. At this time, I'm going to ask our planning director, Mr. Talton, to come in and introduce the redistricting program.
Good morning, Goldsboro City Council. Just going to let you know that Horner and Sproul are here with us this morning, law firm that is helping the city of Goldsboro with our redistricting process. You have Mr. Marshall Hurley and Bill Gilkison, who are going to assist us with this morning with a presentation outlining the steps that we are going to follow regarding this redistricting process. I'm going to let you know, Pointer Sproul did determine that the city of Goldsboro would be required to redistrict. This is due to the fact that there were significant changes in the voting district population for the city of Goldsboro and for the fact of maintaining equal representation for the city. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Marshall Hurley and Bill Gilkison, and please listen to their presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them at the conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Marshall Hurley. With Bill Gilkison, we have worked together with various municipalities, school boards around North Carolina since the census data came out last fall. And our mission this morning is to bring you a little bit of reminders about what this is about, why we're doing it, and also to acquaint you with the policy choices that are available to you in this process. And I'm going to get to that in just a moment. We would like to leave this morning with some instructions from you, giving Bill, who will actually, as demographer, he will actually be providing you with draft alternative maps in the next days or weeks as this process continues. We're going to tell you what's required and what is permitted, and you will have, as I say, you will have some opportunity to tell us your choices as we go through that explanation this morning. We were happy to meet with you back in December when we introduced this topic, and a little bit of repetition, but I hope appropriately so. When the census comes out, most municipalities, any elected board in North Carolina that elects based on districts, our Constitution and our laws require those districts to be of equal population so that voters and citizens within each district have about the same voice as any other voters and any other districts. We don't have the range of very, very large districts and very small districts. The law takes care of that every 10 years. And as I like to tell people, after the census numbers come out and we can tell how the districts are conforming to equal population, the big ones have to get smaller and the smaller ones have to get bigger. So obviously maps have to be adjusted. Goldsboro is not an outlier. Most municipalities and most boards that elect by districts do have to go through the redistricting process. So we're here to advance that today. And do I have control over the slide? I do, okay. We'll see. Whoops, strike one. Okay, as I said, you're here, or one of our tasks today, give Bill instructions on the principles that you would like to see applied in obtaining draft districts. We need to hear from you about what is important in constructing these districts. You know more about your city and about your districts than we do, and when we get instructions from you, Bill will provide 2 or 3 plans. That was our understanding and agreement with you, to let you choose what is best for the city of Goldsboro going forward for the next 10 years. To comply with one person, one vote, everybody's heard that saying, one person, one vote. It refers not to the literal casting of one vote by each person, but to the weight of each vote. And to achieve that, the districts, as I said, must be equal. They don't have to be precisely mathematically equal in this context. They can be 5% above the ideal or number or 5% below. So that gives Bill, and it gives you some flexibility in constructing these districts. It's important to remind each of the boards we work with that minority voting strength should not be diluted. We generally seek to maintain the same representation that exists. It cannot be the predominant reason for constructing these districts. With that introduction, and I'm going to, when Bill talks about the numbers here that are important, I'm going to come back to the principles and criteria in which you have some policy discretion. You don't have any discretion about the one person, one vote and getting the numbers equal. So I'm going to ask Bill to take the microphone here to talk about the numbers that apply to your task, and then we will wrap up with the criteria and get input from you. Thank you.
Thank you. And to move forward, I hit the bottom button, the second button. Thank you. Good morning, City Council members. I'm Bill Gilkison, who am working with this project as a demographer. So here are the numbers of the city population of the population of the current city council districts using the official 2020 census, and I'll emphasize that word official, and you'll see why in a minute. What it shows is, so what we did in order to come up with the ideal district population number, and therefore the deviation of plus or minus 5% from that number was to take all of the total population according to the 2020 census of all of the city council districts, add them up, come out with it says county total, but it means city total of 33,657 population. We divided that number by 6, and we come up with the ideal number, which is 5,610. And then we saw how much each of the districts was away from the ideal number. That's this third column here, the raw number, plus or minus, and then the percentage plus or minus that the current district population is from the ideal population. And it's got the law says it needs to be within plus or minus 5%. 3 of the districts, 3, 4, and 6 are within that number, but districts 1, 2, and 5 are outside the number. District 1 is considerably outside the number. It's like 21% too small. And District 2 is 13% too big. District 5 is a lot closer. But you remember I said, I emphasized the word official 2020 census. So here are the current districts, of course, as you see them. And here I emphasize official census by underlining it in the headline there. So but there is a potential error in counting of the prison population that the Census Bureau made. And when I did the slide a while back, I put the word potential there. If I were doing it now, I wouldn't put potential there. It's just an error that is generally agreed that the census made. And here's what they did. The big blue area is in the city limits. And the top northwest part of it is the census block where the Noose Correctional Center is. And there is a little, if you that's the census block, and they counted the number of people there. They counted 361 people there. They would have counted the prisoners. But there were 593 people that for some reason they counted in this little sliver here. If you go down Stevens Mill Road, you can see where that is, and there's no structure. There's no livable structure on it, but the Census Bureau said that 593 people live there. It is, 593 people were counted in a tiny census block just outside the city limits. No livable structure is apparent in that census block. That sliver of the census block is adjacent to the census block that includes all of the News Corrections Center. And the News Corrections Center is entirely within the city limits. So the block that contains the error, the block that contains the prison shows a population of 361, I've said that. So it's apparent that the 593 people the census counted in the sliver were prison inmates who should have been counted inside the city limits. Dr. Michael Klein is the state demographer, and he noted this error, and he has the authority to do a census estimate of the city's population to as of July. I think it's every July 1st. Is that correct? And so he corrected this error in that. He does not have the authority to correct the official U.S. Census, but there is a process for that, it's called the count question resolution process, and it has begun. So the city can do that. So if the apparent error were corrected, and we're going to assume that it will be corrected, the population of Goldsboro would be 34,250 rather than 33,657 that the census reported. So what's the effect of all this on redistricting? There is no effect on whether Goldsboro is required to redistrict. You would have to redistrict if the census had been correct, and you have to redistrict whether if the census is corrected, and it would, but it would affect how the new map for this decade must be drawn to be legally acceptable. And here's how it would be: using the corrected data with 34,250 population, you divide that number by 6, and you come out with a different ideal population number and different variations. Even though the only district whose population changed was District 1, this affects the bottom line of the city population, and therefore the ideal district number, and therefore the deviations. So what this would do would mean, the correction would mean that District 1 is not as far out of population balance as it would appear. Instead of, well, we'll just go to the next slide. You can see the two things next to each other. Current census districts using the official census, District 1 would be minus 21.46 from deviation, but if you use the corrected numbers, it's half of that. It's only half of that. So if you using the corrected numbers means, and that is also true to a certain extent of Districts 2 and Districts 5, they would still be outside the 5% range and need to be redrawn, but they would just need to be redrawn less. It would be less of an effect on the current districts would have to be changed less. That's what I'm saying. So that's the situation. I think we're back to Marshall, to talk about the significance of that for you.
Thank you, Bill. Let me just add to what Bill presented, a question that comes up often, and understandably so, a question that arises when someone looks at a district that is in existence now and is within the plus or minus 5%, and there's a hope or a thought that, well, that district doesn't have to be changed. Well, maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. If you're changing 3 other districts to get them in alignment and within the 5%, it's possible that some population might be taken from one of those districts that's already within the plus or minus 5%. So I just want to caution members, because I don't think it's immediately obvious when you see a district that's within the plus or minus 5%, it's tempting to say, well, no change is needed. And when we go through the criteria, one of the criteria may be to instruct Bill, as your demographer, to make minimal changes. And that is an approach that many municipalities make. And that can result in those districts that are close to alignment retaining as much as possible, retaining the characteristics and the boundaries that they now have. The other thing that I would like to add is from our state law, and it's highlighted here, and I want to give you comfort that while we have this error, and we've identified the error, I don't know that it's completely a harmless error, as we say in the law, but it's a fixable error. And the reason I say that is that our state law, in the language that's highlighted, allows you, the council, to use federal census data, which is normally the reliable information that virtually all municipalities use. But you're not required to use those figures. You can use other reliable information, and I think that is worth highlighting. So I just want to say that to say this is a fixable problem, if problem at all. A fixable adjustment may be a better choice of words here. Okay, now, I've told you that you have to stay within one person, one vote, and within equal population, and Bill has explained that and demonstrated that. Let's talk about some of the options that you have in instructing Bill in drawing the drafts that you would like to see in the next few days and weeks that it will take him to produce this. As I mentioned a moment ago, you have the opportunity to instruct us, and we invite your consideration of this principle. You can choose to instruct Bill to retain the current district configurations as much as possible. Put another way, minimal adjustments to achieve the population balance that is required. Now, you have the full range of options here. You could instruct Bill, well, take a clean slate and construct a whole new set of districts. But many municipalities, and I'm informing and not recommending, but many municipalities believe that it helps voters. It avoids confusion if people are used to the districts they've had for 10 years or maybe 20 years. If you as representatives are more at home in your districts and wish to retain the districts that you now represent, that is your option and can be your instruction to Bill as he undertakes the drafting process. You are also permitted, and this is perfectly acceptable, you are permitted, if you wish, to instruct Bill to create the new plans based on an awareness of where incumbents live and instructing him not to put 2 incumbents in the same district. Once again, some municipalities have said ignore where incumbents live. Others have made the policy decision to retain members within their districts going forward. That is something you can instruct us on. Now, a little bit more vague, I would say, is that you can, and I think it ties into maintaining existing districts, you can choose and you can instruct Bill to follow the natural boundaries that are present here in and around Goldsboro, physical features, roads, highways, major structures or major features of your unique geography that define your city. Next, I would point out to you that most municipalities continue to ask in the redistricting process to use existing precincts as building blocks. Now, you are all familiar now in this day and age, we do have some elections that have split precincts, but again, voter confusion, administrative burden on your elections process, and using building blocks is a guiding principle that you can, using precincts as building blocks is a guiding principle that you can request. Again, and this sort of follows naturally and logically, most municipalities, and I'm sure including Goldsboro, although I don't know it like you do, there are traditional neighborhoods and defined neighborhood boundaries based on history and based on housing patterns. You can ask Bill to keep neighborhoods intact. Related to that, there are certain communities of interest. Many municipalities say, keep our downtown, our core area of downtown in the same district. Or you may have some reason to choose otherwise. That is, again, that is your policy choice. And my next point, number 8 here on our slide, relates to the plus or minus 5%. How do you use that? And it's obviously a convenience giving the drafter some leeway in getting the numbers close. But you may have an area of Goldsboro that's experiencing growth or residential development. That might be, you know, in talking to your planning folks, it may be very clear that you've got an area of growth. That might be a district where you want to be under 5% as you anticipate growth in the next 10 years. And then number 9, and this is important, and this is not always within our control, but we stress and advise districts should be as reasonably compact as possible, not spread out or weird shapes. And I know weird is not a very clear objective criteria. It's an eye of the beholder thing. But, and districts can't be compact and meet one person, one vote, plus or minus 5% in every instance. But it's a goal for the drafter. I've thrown a lot at you, and again, we would like to leave this morning with some instructions from you. It does not have to be a formal resolution of the board, but if members could give us some feedback on what's important and what drafts you would like to see from Bill for consideration, and there will be a public hearing aspect of this before adoption for public comment and input as well. So we will open, or we'll return the floor, I should say, to you to allow us to get your instructions at this time or your questions. And I thank you.
I have two questions. Are political affiliations, party affiliations, a consideration in changing of the districts? And my second question is, why isn't the local board of elections a part of the advisor, of this before we move forward?
Okay, the first question is no.
Okay.
The second question is, if this council wishes to engage the Board of Elections, this is your process. And that is entirely within your purview to get input from the administrative body that handles the elections. Traditionally, and by no means do you have to follow tradition, but traditionally, this process is one where you actually deliver to the Board of Elections through a resolution, through maps, through computer files, what these new districts will look like, and they are at your service in carrying that out. But by no means are they precluded from this process.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I was looking at I want to speak to population versus registered voters.
Okay.
News correctional individuals cannot vote. It's 597. But they're added in our population. Also, news correctional, I bet you half of them are not from Goldsboro. So, in order to get our maps right, and I know that once they get out of prison, they get their certificate and they're able to vote again.
Yes, ma'am.
But, how do we handle that? Because you have factored in news correctional as a population, but they're not voting population.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's an important question, and it's a difficult question, but I appreciate you raising it. I think the big picture response is that councils represent people, and that is the guiding principle. Councils do not specifically represent citizens. We count non-citizens in the census. Councils do not represent voters. Now, of course, non-citizens and voters and non-voters are included within those numbers. The larger the institutional population and the smaller the municipality, the more difficult it becomes to sort of reconcile that. But you have, for instance, Fayetteville with what used to be the largest military base in the country. A lot of it's in the city of Fayetteville, included in the population. I think the answer, another response is those within institutions, even as non-voters, are entitled to representation. And we have not come up with a better system, and I cannot give this council legal advice that would be anything other than they must be counted in a district, even as non-voters, and the same way that you would consider non-citizens who live in Goldsboro. It's not a satisfactory answer, but that's where we are in this process. And there are legislators and there are advocacy groups looking at alternatives, but right now, to my knowledge, those alternatives are not within the options that you have to either say we're going to count them in wherever they came from, or we'll count them someday when they're voters, because we represent and you represent people, not just citizens and not just voters.
And see, that was my concern. Are they being quoted twice?
No, ma'am. There is a process for counting them, and I didn't mean to give you a snappy, sharp answer if it sounded that way. There is a process whereby institutional officials are required to account for their populations at the time the census is taken, and they are not counted elsewhere.
If I might just add that they are they are counted where they are physically on April 1st, 2020, where they were at that, on that date. That's the official census date. So if they're from Winston-Salem and are in prison in Goldsboro, if they were in Goldsboro on that date, that's where they're counted, and not back in Winston-Salem.
Mr. Hurley.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Gilsonson, thank you for your time and information here. I think you're being very optimistic when you're talking to this council, who sometimes has difficulty making a decision with 2 options, to give us 9 options here to consider, and expect to leave here with a marching instructions. I'm speaking for myself. Other council members can speak as they like, but I don't know to what precise guidance you were expecting to get. Can you be a little more definitive?
Yes, I can. And I realize that my request of you might have sounded as though I was asking for some sort of unanimous consent to 1, 3, and 5. Let me make this suggestion, and with your guidance, the reliable course here, the reliable path, is to provide you with at least one alternative that adheres to current boundaries as closely as possible, because that, again, that creates less change, less confusion, and is something that is generally a reliable method. On top of that, I would suggest that we obtain from your appropriate staff addresses of current members, and that we avoid incumbent pairing in those districts. The other suggestions here, the other policies, I believe that we can make a reasonable recommendation to you with those two features that I just mentioned as the starting point. And we in lieu of other more specific recommendations, we will follow neighborhood configurations. We will respect communities of interest as they appear in the current plan.
I can't speak for the other council members, but those two guidelines, if you will, suit me personally. I think to say where we're very familiar with our existing boundaries, and so to me, that's a start point. I'll let the other council members speak as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Are you, if you go back 2 slides,
Back.
2 slides.
Okay. Whoops. Stop me when.
One more.
Good.
So which way are we going to do this? Are you going to have to adjust for a 21% deviation or a 12% deviation?
The 21% is given to you to illustrate the error. So we will be going forward adjusting the 12% up to 0 deviation, the 11% down to
Okay. So,
0.
So to do that, the city needs to put in an application, you said?
No, no, no. That's why I did that highlighted language in the statute. We can safely say that you can use reliable information. We have the reliable information to say that, and recognized by the state demographer's office, that was simply an omission of what should have been included in the proper way. It's a fixable problem.
If I might say this, you might want to put in an application to the census to correct the error for other reasons.
Right. Not for this.
And your planning department could advise you on that. If you have, I think it probably affects how much money the city gets from the federal government. I don't, that's not really what
Okay,
we're
great.
concerned with.
We'll do that. Thank you.
You know, first of all, I highly question the census counts because it shows my district is having very little growth of anything. And I know there's 2 extremely large apartment complexes that have been built since 2010 that would probably account for close to 1,000 people. But that being said, my district is very easily determined because I go from one road here to another road here, from the city limits here to the train tracks there. And all of us in that district were annexed in the 80s. And we resented being annexed. And so we have a different view of a lot of things than some of the other district population has. And I'd like to see us stay in that one district.
Wait, excuse me, sir.
6.
Which district is that?
6.
To Councilmember Aycock's point about having some natural boundaries, I really do support that bullet point. Being able to, have it echo off of a road and some train tracks in a city, that would be really nice, just for the sake of being able to easily explain to someone. I realize that's not going to happen in every district, but that would make lives a little bit easier to the extent possible.
And that is a standard goal, I will assure you. I will speak very briefly to the concern, and it resonates throughout North Carolina about the errors in the census, the undercounts, and there were obviously numerous problems and delays, and there were COVID issues with this census. In a sense, and I'm going to sound contradictory here, but there's some issues that we know we can correct, such as the one that Bill outlined. The other numbers, unless there is a formal application for correction, we are stuck with, quote unquote, stuck with those numbers. But I believe that there's some similarity in the two comments that we just heard in terms of keeping districts compact, identifiable boundaries, and I'm hearing that now from you as a request to the person who's going to have the laboring oar here on producing drafts.
Well, this is something you may not even know, but back in the late 60s, early 70s, when districts were modified then, the city council at that time said, we're going to have 3 predominantly black districts and 3 predominantly white districts. And that's where still most of those boundary lines lie. And that should never have happened. We're a city. We aren't black. We aren't white. We're one. And that's the way I'd like to see it go. And it'll make a big difference in the demographics of our council, but that still needs to be the way we go. Let's forget black and white. That was what was the criteria back in the early 70s. That was their criteria. Let's forget that.
Thank you.
Let me also mention, both I support and endorse the comments made about the clear boundary lines, as well as what was just said about the demographics. I know in my particular former district that now is that we have certain lines that divides a community, a small housing community right down the middle of the main driveway that goes in when there's a major road outside there. Another part of that district, the 5th district I'm talking about, one block off of a main thoroughfare into Goldsboro is the dividing line of that district, when it could just be moved forward and there'd be much more clear identity to the people who live in there, what district they're in. So I would certainly keep that in mind as well.
And let me also, just so you'll be aware and going forward, when you receive draft maps, you'll have the opportunity to request adjustments that have to stay within the population requirements and try to stay with the contiguity, compactness requirements. The other, it has to fit. It's not a completely free hand in making those adjustments, but adjustments can be made.
I know something about Goldsboro, but I don't know nearly as much about Goldsboro as you all do. And so there's a good chance that the 3 maps that I bring you, that we bring you, will have, you will look at them and say, well, why did he split that community? That's good information for me to have from the experts on the city of Goldsboro. I will have split it without knowing it was being split.
Anyone else have any comments, questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you be including roads and street names on your map?
That's another thing. We have the software that we're using, ArcGIS and Esri redistricting, has an interactive tool that you can go on the web and get, and you can put this tool on your city website. Most of our clients have all done that, and we'll put all of the maps that we present to you along with the existing districts, along with the precinct line, the Wayne County precinct lines, on this interactive map, and you can go on the map and zoom in to down to a neighborhood, down to the room is what the software says, and you can see the street you can see the street names, you can see which street was in which district, which street was in another district. You can even do a search. You can put an address into a search field and find out which district that address is in. So that's the answer there. We can have paper maps as well. We might rely on the planning department for that, but a lot of the clients have found this web tool, this interactive web tool, to be really useful in studying the districts.
So given these three pieces of guidance, if you will, might be more or less, but anyway, takeaways from this. When could we expect you to come back and present those? I'm not a specific date, but are you talking about a month from now or 3 weeks or whatever? Because we have our scheduled council meetings. The next one is March 7th. And then the following will be, 14 days after that.
Well, let's see. I've got another client I need to do some maps for by March 2nd, and so you're saying March 7th. Maybe the meeting after that. Was that
21st.
that be soon enough?
Okay, very good.
And I would need to have. I'm gathering that I'm hearing the guidance that you want me to consider incumbents and to put incumbents in different districts. Am I right?
Yes. I think that was the general agreement.
I don't have a strong opinion.
I will proceed with that, but I can't do anything until I know where you live. Right now, I don't know where any of you live.
We'll provide you that information.
And I need to have the residence address rather than a P.O. box or rather than where you work.
Our clerk will provide you that.
Thank you.
And that's why I also wanted to advise that possibly teaming up even with the software that you were referring to as far as Councilmember Matthews said, the boundary street names. I think the Board of Elections would provide a similar, and also would provide you with the names of the incumbents and their information as well. So that would be, to me, a quick go-to that would provide all of that information at one time.
With most clients I've interacted with, I've talked to the Board of Elections, and sometimes the Board of Elections has, the staff of the Board of Elections have had input. They would say, please don't, their main thrust in most places was, please minimize the splitting of precincts. That messes us up when you do that. And so there were boards that said that knew that was the view. There were client boards of ours that knew that was the view of the Board of Elections, and they wanted us to respect that. So.
One final thing, Councilmember Aycock, gave us a little bit of a historical context to some of the existing lines. I would not shy away from doing these things right. If it requires noticeable shifts, I'd love to maintain some sort of, continuity so that folks aren't completely shocked. But I think above all, this council would support doing these districts correctly and having them laid out equitably so that all of our citizens are represented properly. And if you come back with a map that is a little bit surprising, I don't think anyone's going to be notably angry. I think they need to be done correctly. I think we all agree on that.
Marshall, what's the percent of deviation given us acceptable?
Plus or minus 5%.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Quinn, we're running a little behind, so we'll move right into the next one.
We're running a lot behind.
It's an important conversation. Yeah, that was,
yeah.
that was a 10-year live with,
Well,
and you're right.
my district won't change much because
Even
there's
if it
nowhere
becomes-
for us to go anywhere else.
Even if it becomes pie-shaped when you come into the city, so it's still going to be your district.
What I could never understand is I got one side of Central Heights Road, Bill's got the other side.
Well, look at five. Well, you look at one. One is just this entire crescent.
But it was set up back in those days whenever race was the.
Well, you remember my grandmother, she was vehemently opposed to going to districts. She wanted to maintain at large, which probably was not practical, especially not.
I don't like at large.
You don't, you're in a district, she had that opinion. There's been a lot of debate over the years, is all I'm saying.
Go ahead.
The districts does fit. I agree with you.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, citizens, staff, and guests. I'm pleased this morning to present you a 6-month financial update. This will be through December 31 of 2021, which is our fiscal 22. Before I get started on that 6-month update, I just wanted to say, as far as our FY20 audit, the last communication that I had from our auditors, Dixon Hughes Goodman, I believe it was Sunday, is that it is supposed to be in partner review at the end of this week. So it has been out of our hands for several weeks, and we will continue to update you and hopefully get you that final audit. We're expecting to present at the March 7th meeting, and also resolution to get the 21 audit started.
Ms. Quinn, may I ask a quick
Sir?
question?
Yes, sir.
As hard as you and your team have worked to get that to our outside accountants, is there anything that you need from this council to persuade them the level of importance that this council sees in getting this done timely? And back to you.
Of course, the council is welcome to contact them. We have their contact information available. If any of you wish to talk to them, you are definitely more than welcome to.
Are you getting the timeliness in responses to emails and phone calls that you feel you need?
I am getting the timeliness. It is a time-consuming process for them. And, for their part, this is also coming upon their fiscal year end, so that's been providing some challenges, and which anybody that's in public accounting knows this is busy season too. So, I understand what their difficulty is, but, we are getting responses timely from them. It's unfortunately now it's a waiting game for us.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
I think you can understand our frustration.
Absolutely.
As a council. We're told, the accounting firm says it'll be available in 2 weeks. 2 months later, we still haven't gotten it.
Absolutely.
And I'm tired of hearing this.
Yeah.
And
You did your part.
Yes,
Yeah.
You came in Saturdays, you came in Sundays, you came in on Thanksgiving. You did your part.
Yes, sir.
And I think we're more than willing to pressure to the extent that you feel is appropriate.
It is very frustrating, and, I would say, sitting on the other side, if you're a practicing CPA, the services that we provide, attest services, so audits, reviews, and compilations, things of that nature, people that are in practice. The number of CPAs that we have coming out of college and getting a CPA and going into public practice, it's less and less every single year. So that industry is becoming very difficult. And if you, when we listen to really weekly calls now that we have on ARPA with the School of Government, and our LGC director, Ms. Susan McCullen, will get on there from time to time. And the big topic lately has been audit RFPs. Well, the one thing that a lot of us have not expected, we talk about shortages of things. Well, there are shortages of CPAs that practice, that do attest engagements, so they do audits. And what ARPA has done for us is it's given literally hundreds of municipalities money to the extent they're going to have an audit now, a real one. And to find a good certified public accountant that does governmental audits, it is hard. So, it is very frustrating. I think we are fortunate to have Dixon Hughes Goodman as our auditor. They are a good audit firm, but the resources are just not out there, and I think that's important for the council and the public to understand. So there are dozens and dozens of municipalities out there right now trying to get an audit firm to audit their books this coming year. And of course, we're trying to catch up. So, I just think it's something you need to keep in mind as well, that, it's going to be difficult, and especially in the time frame we need to get things done, because we're on a real short leash to get 21 done, and then we're going to be trying to get 22 done by December 1st. So we've got to just be careful, because there are not a lot of audit resources out there. So we'll just keep that in mind, and ARPA has helped to make that a scarce resource, actually, to believe it or not. So.
Message received. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see if I'm going in the right, nope, not in the right sheet. Let's see. Okay, so my presentation today is similar as the ones that I've given to y'all in the past. We're going to talk about operating revenues, we're going to talk about expenditures, and then we're going to talk about capital projects. So the budget that the council will be involved in very shortly for FY23, we talk about operating funds, so your general fund, utilities, stormwater, downtown MSD, and occupancy tax fund. So that's what I'm going to talk about for a few minutes. We're going to summarize revenues, we're going to summarize expenses. And then outside of that, we have grant project funds, capital project funds where we're building water and sewer infrastructure, we're building like the Tiger grant and other things like that. We're going to talk a little bit about that. And so what I do is I give you 2 slides for each one of those big operating funds where we look at prior year, December 31. So we'll look at 2020 and 2021, and then I'll give you a view of your budget right now, the current fiscal year, and then where we are at 12/31 actual, so you can see. So we do 12/31 because that's 50% of the year, so that's generally kind of the number that you're targeting, right? There are reasons that varies, it's up or down, but the one thing I guess I'm pleased, and I'll say before I get started, unlike some of the years we've had where it's really been up and down, fiscal 21, fiscal 22 have been pretty even. So most of the numbers we're talking about, we're about 50% through the year. I don't have anything earth-shattering in the sense that, oh my goodness, the state passed some new law, now we're not going to get this big revenue, because, this is the time that I would tell you these things so that you would be prepared. And of course, when those things happen, the management team, we look and we say, do we need to pump the brakes on something? Did some revenue get taken away that we need to pump the brakes? So I will say, before we start looking at this, we have tried to be very conservative about the spending. I've issued, I think, about $7.5 million in purchase orders since July 1. And, we're talking about, we have a $65 million roughly annual operating budget. The department heads that are here and the ones that are listening on Facebook will tell you how hard it is to get stuff through. And we don't do it to be difficult, we do it to be conservative. We say, do we really have to have that? And we don't hold back if there is a life safety issue, things that we have got to have to continue the services, but it's kind of those want-tos that we try to pump the brakes on, just in case, because none of us knew with COVID, was there going to be another major shutdown, which would have affected our revenue. So we've tried to be very conservative. And so that's kind of the picture I think you're going to see when we roll through this. And I'm going to try to stick to my 15 minutes. So some of these slides I'm going to go through a little quickly. But what I would say to you is if you have questions, please feel free to speak up. Also, afterwards, if you're rolling through these, you have questions, please call me or email me or contact the manager, and then, we can get you some more further information. Okay, so our first comparison, we're looking at December 31 for fiscal 21 and fiscal 22. And we're looking at, we've collected about $26 million so far. In fiscal 21, we had collected about $21 million as of the same time frame. We're up about $4.9 million. Now, most of this $4.9 million is related to that loan proceeds. That was for the two rolling stock borrowings that we did. One was in July and one was in December that the council approved. Okay. All right. So looking at the budget versus the actual for this fiscal year, I put this in order of adjusted budget. Sorry. I put this in order of adjusted budget. So your first 5 items there make up roughly 82% of the $45 million budget, of which, as I said, we've collected a little over $26 million. So that's about 57% of the budget. Your property tax and your sales tax make up approximately 61% of your total budget. And within that, that total, like I said, the first 5 items, roughly about 82%. And as you can look at the collection percentages there, most of them are over 50%. The reason the sales tax is not, again, remember that we do this on a cash basis, so we're getting sales tax like in December, but it's really September sales tax. And so when we go back at the end of the year, we accrue it, we get a full 12 months, but that's why that number looks a little bit low right now. Okay.
EBC revenue.
All right. In our utility fund,
Pandemic, because so many people drink now.
in our utility fund, in our comparison of fiscal 22 to fiscal 21, we've collected so far this year, sorry, these buttons are messing me up, I apologize. So we've collected $10.5 million. In the prior year, we had collected $9.3. So we're about $1.2 million over this fiscal year where we were in the prior fiscal year. And then when we look at our budget to actual, we have in the utility fund, we have about a $20.7 million budget. We've collected, as I said, $10.5 million, and we're at about 50% of that budget, which is where I would like to see us, to be, based on how we bill and collect our revenues. In stormwater fund, so the next 3, these are kind of in order of how their budgets lay out. So stormwater would be our third largest fund. Comparison year to year, we're $1 million now. We were $771,000, so about $306,000 over where we were the prior fiscal year. And when we look at our budget to actual, In the stormwater fund, $1.5 million budget, we're collected about a little over $1 million, but part of that is debt proceeds that's in there. So that's why you're at the 68.41%. But when you look at the billed fees, it's about 51%, which is where you want to be at this time of year. Downtown district, that fund doesn't grow a whole lot because our property tax in the downtown hasn't grown much. So you can see we're pretty much about the same as we were in the prior fiscal year. And then when we compare budget to actual, we're a little over 67%. So the collections have been good, and just remembering, most people try to pay their their property tax in December, so that's why, and we have a pretty good collection rate. So when we look at January and February, we tend to collect really the lion's share. That's why we can get to like that 96, 97% of what's billed by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year, because you've collected the majority of that money. So us being at 67% at December, that's really about where we should be on property tax collections, based on the way that people pay. Okay, occupancy tax comparison year to year, we're about $100,000 more than we were in the prior fiscal year. And I think we all can kind of expect that, because with the COVID restrictions lifting, more people are traveling. We didn't talk about it in the general fund slides, but if you look at like your Paramount, your golf course, your Parks and Rec, you'll see that those fees are higher too. So we are seeing people are coming back to Goldsboro because, as I said, like with Paramount, for instance, their revenues have far exceeded what we budgeted, because we budgeted very conservatively because we didn't know what COVID was going to do. So that's why you're seeing, I think, an uptick here, especially like in your occupancy tax fund. It jumps out since that's pretty much the only revenue that's in that fund. So, and then when we look at our budget to actual, again, we're about 50%, which is where we want to be and where we should be based on the types of revenues that are coming through this particular fund. And then I did a recap by fund, and what I did is these are the actual numbers for fiscal 22. This is the percent of the budget, which, as you see, like I said, the way that our revenues are billed and collected, we really want to look for numbers above 50%. We see numbers above 50%, so that's a good sign, okay? So $38 million out of a $65 million budget. Fiscal 21, that we had collected $31 million. And as you see, some of the percentages were a little bit off there, but I think when we think about COVID impacting us in that prior fiscal year, I think that's understandable. And then so where we are year to year, December to December, we're about $6.5 million more collected in the city coffers than we were in the prior fiscal year. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about expenditures. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these slides, but the one thing, what I tried to do was to break out the categories as I've done for you in the past, because as most of you know, I mean, the lion's share of what we spend in the operating funds is salaries, you know, to the tune of about $20 million. So, I mean, it's a big part of the budget. So we try to break that out so that you can kind of see where each category falls within each fund. And I did a comparison of fiscal year 22 to fiscal 21. And the one thing you'll notice, you know, we're, like I said, 50% of the year. Most of these are your payroll is going to be showing less than 50%, because as you've heard department heads talking yesterday, we have a lot of vacancies. We've had a lot of people leaving, going to other jobs, so we have a lot of lapsed salaries in there. So that's why that number is not going at that 50%. I don't really have anything particular that I want to point out other than, like I said, when you look, like general fund, that's the big one. When you look at our operating, we're at about 42%, our capital 18% of what was budgeted. Debt's on schedule for 37 because we don't pay most of our debt payments until May. So it's a cash flow thing because we try to target that so we have all our coffers full with property tax money before we pay the debt service payments. That's why you generally see it at December. And then transfers and shared services, that's at 56, which that's where it should be at this point in time. So, as I said, we've tried to pump the brakes on operating expenses, which is why that number is showing, 42%, because you have to realize our budget, once it opens on July 1, it's open for spending. So theoretically, you could spend 100% of your operating budget on July 1. But this is just the management practice, the internal control, where we try to pump the brakes on that so that, we can preserve cash flow. And then, of course, capital's the same way. We would not let the department spend July 1 because we were trying to make sure we got the debt proceeds in place first. And then we wanted to make sure nothing happened with COVID. And, of course, unfortunately, the bad part of that is, orders cut off very early. And, we're stuck now that you can't buy trucks and vans and trailers and equipment because there's no stock out there. So, we do have time to, spend that money, but there is going to be some delay in actually getting delivery of that equipment. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, but that's why that number, the 18% spent, that's why it's not been spent, because we pumped the brakes on that. And then each fund, we summarize it through, so you'll have your stormwater, your downtown district, and like I said, nothing to really jump out. We should somewhere be at least around 50% at this point. And some of these, like I said, with downtown, and then that one's 66%, but it's such a tiny budget, and theirs it operates just a little bit differently, but it is so small. In comparison to the big picture. Occupancy tax, again, that one gets affected because there are debt payments in there, and a lot of those debt payments don't come out until after December. That's why that one's a little bit low. And then what I did was I did a comparison for you where it compared the funds by the categories with the total up to this is by category, and this is actually by fund. And again, like I said, when you look at our budget overall, we're about 39% spent. And then if you recall, when I did the revenues, we're at about 50% or better. So again, that's that cash flow thing. So we're taking in more money. We're trying to hold off on spending so that we make sure that we keep our cash position solid and stable. All right, so this is a recap by fund where we look at the revenues and the expenditures, and to my point, we're 57% of what we budgeted, and of course, you all know we have to have a balanced budget, so revenues have to equal expenditures. We've collected 57%, we've spent out about 44%, so our positive cash position in the general fund is about $6 million. In the prior fiscal year at the same time period, we were at about $2.3 million. And so I put all those in green. If there was something that went the opposite direction, it would be in red if it was a negative variance. But all of these, and I'm happy to report, all of these are positive variances as they were in the prior fiscal year. Is we had positive variances, it's just a better positive variance that we have in the current fiscal year. And again, summarizing downtown district, occupancy tax, and then all funds. So, where we total, we're about $11.1 million today as of December 31. In the prior fiscal year, we were about $5.5 million to the good at this same time, which, as I said, I did the update for council for fiscal 21 in November. And we talked about that positive, and that's how this carries through. Is so my anticipation, as we planned when we did the 22 budget back in May and June, we were planning to have surplus to build fund balance. So what you're seeing today at December 31 is we're on the track for that, okay? So my expectation, unless something really bad happens financially or some giant pandemic affects us between now and June 30th, I would expect that same result, okay? And then I just want to talk a little bit about the capital projects because statute, we're supposed to, keep you informed about your grant project funds. And so these are the same slides that I had last year. So you have operating funds and you have project funds. We just got done talking about your operating funds. We're going to talk about project funds. All right. So we kind of break them up. If you think about in your audited financial statements, you have governmental funds and you have enterprise funds. And so the governmental functions, what we have today is roughly, these are the projects that we have. We've got about a $25 million project budget. We've spent, as of December 31, about $12.6 million. The big outlier in this is Herman Park Center. We have a budget of $11.1 million. That project is still not funded yet, so that's why you have the big delta, the variance here between the $25 million budget and the 12 spent. It's because of Herman Park. Most all of these other projects are about spent out, so that's kind of where we are with that. And then we have a combination of governmental and enterprise type projects. The largest one being, of course, is our Tiger Streetscape. We're working with Downtown Development with Erin. She's taken the lead on finishing that project, which has the GWTA, the transfer station, and that's about $650,000. And then that one will be complete. And then for the Hurricane Florence, we're trying to get that closed out. We've gotten back all the money that we anticipated. There might be a few little things that we've got to deal with as far as closeout on that with the Department of Public Safety, but that's just about closed out as well. The biggest difference here is our ARP funding, the $8.8 million. We spent zero as of December 31, which I believe the manager is going to talk to you some more today about the allocation of those funds so that we can go ahead and get started on getting those spent because we have a short time frame in which to do it, and there's a lot of work that's got to be done on finance and the department side once we can get that final decision from the council. So in that group of categories, we have about $21.8 million, and we've spent about $11.9. And then we have some enterprise type activities, which that's your water, your sewer, and your stormwater. You've got $26.3 million in budget. We've spent about $19.2 million. The biggest one, most of these are getting ready to get finished up, but you've got your Little Cherry, Big Cherry. You've got your storm drainage projects, and you've got your water lines. Those are the projects right now that we're getting ready to start spending on. And then we've spent a little bit on this 2-inch water lines, but this one, it has not been approved yet by council. They're just working on the engineering work there. So just to recap it, these are the groups of the projects. So in total, the city has about $73.6 million sitting in grant project funds on top of the, $69 million operating budget. We've spent about $43.8 million to date. Okay. Well, thankfully for fund balance appropriations, we have really been doing a really good job on keeping fund balance appropriations down. So there's not a lot of story to tell on this. In the general fund, utility fund, the biggest appropriations for that was for the PO rollovers, okay, and that's continuing contracts. The council was briefed on this transfer of the $640,000, so that's to get the stormwater projects going that Mr. Fletcher's working on. And then adopted was the $150,000 for the occupancy tax fund coming out of their fund balance to fund their operations. And then I just did a slide out of the audit talking about the types of fund balances, but we'll talk more about that with audit time. And that was the definition of fund balance. Ted Cole is going to talk to you more about fund balance in his presentation, but as I mentioned when I did a prior presentation, our available for appropriation, which is that LGC calculation that's referenced on the previous page, we're at 9.38% as of our fiscal 20 audit. So I think, yes, you know, and I've talked to the council multiple times, we knew it was going to go down because we had multiple projects that started like in 2015 when y'all saw your fund balance was like 51%. All that borrowing ran through the general fund. And so now you're kind of seeing that fruition where it's gone to that peak and those projects are getting spent out. And so we're kind of leveling back off. But as I've said, so you had the November meeting where I talked to you about where our fiscal 21 operating results are going to be. They're going to be positive, so that means fund balance goes up. And then we've talked about where we are today in fiscal 22. We know that the fund balance is going to go up. So this number I'm hoping is the bottom, and you're going to see this go back up so that we're back to that 15% within that 3-year period that we're supposed to have it in according to our fiscal policy. And then this is the same slide that I presented to council back in November where I talked about where we were. This is unaudited, but June 30 of 21, so fiscal 21, same slide, roughly about $6.8 million total. General fund, I'm expecting about a $2.5 million increase, so that should be, you know, probably about 2 or 3%, I think, on top of the fund balance. So, all right, that's all. Any questions? Good. Okay. Thank you.
Catherine. Okay, we'll hear now, keeping with the financial information from Mr. Ted Cole from Davenport, who we've had an opportunity to hear before, see at our council meetings. Good morning, sir.
All right. Well, thank you. Good morning. I'm Ted Cole with Davenport. I think I was last in front of you all last June with an update on the heels of having received the fiscal year 19 audit. So now we have the fiscal year 20 audit, or a draft of that. I think this will get pulled up in just a moment, or do I do that? Okay, sorry. All right. Okay, wonderful, thank you. So this is an update on, now that we have the draft of the FY20 audit, we're going to, I think Catherine's report was very helpful, a lot of good detail, and it sounds very encouraging what I hope we'll see when the FY21 audit is released, and ultimately when the FY22 fiscal year is closed out in June 30. It sounds like things are certainly heading in the right direction as it relates to some of your financial measures, particularly fund balance and operating at a structural balance. So I'm going to be kind of walk through this relatively quickly. I know there's about 15, 20 minutes allocated for this. I'm happy to answer questions as we go. And everybody that has a hard copy, it's exactly what you have on the screen here, so you'll be able to follow along for some of these slides that are harder to see. We are going to cover briefly the city's credit ratings or bond ratings, your general fund operations and fund balance trends, tax-supported debt discussion, and utility-supported debt discussion. So let's talk a little bit about bond ratings and credit overview. We're kind of pulling out at a much higher level than what you just saw, which was specific to fiscal year 21 and 22. And a lot of what we'll discuss is maybe coming from the perspective of a lender or a creditor or the rating agencies. The rating agencies are who rate the city's bonds, and you'll see on the right-hand side there are three national agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. Historically, you all have had ratings from Moody's and Standard & Poor's, which are the two most commonly used. AAA is the highest rating that any local government can achieve, any state for that matter. And so you have been historically where the gold boxes are in what we call the AA category. There's a dotted line around Moody's because back in 2020, Moody's withdrew the rating due to the lack of timely information, financial information, primarily audited financials. And so we talked about that this last summer, and think about it this way. You have bonds out in the marketplace that investors are buying, selling and buying, and they're out there for 15 or 20 years. And if they have a rating on it, that rating was established in the year that you sold those bonds. So let's just say hypothetically 2015. But it's out there for 20 years, right? So it's going to go out to 2035. And so the rating agencies need to make sure that as long as those bonds are outstanding, the rating that's assigned to those bonds is timely and based on current information. It's not just a moment in time in 2015. Over that 20-year period, the rating could change. And so that's why they're they stress the importance of timely information. So a little bit of background as to why Moody's withdrew the rating. S&P is not. They've maintained that rating at AA. As soon as the FY20 audit is out of draft form, it's gone through its internal review, you all have accepted it, the local government commission has done their review, we will get that to S&P, as we call them, Standard & Poor's. They may want to have a call to review the results of that. They may need to go to a credit committee, which is a process they go through to review the rating officially. We really can't ask them not to go to credit committee, but we can have a call with them. We can talk through what's going on. We can give them updates on when we expect the FY21 audit, which I believe is estimated to be this summer, and just try to manage that process as best we can. And we will do that in conjunction with your staff. A couple of places in this presentation you're going to see some comparatives, and I particularly would note the North Carolina peers. Within North Carolina cities and towns, there's about 13 that are rated AAA, the highest rating you can achieve. There are about 25 that are rated AA, which is where Goldsboro has been and is, and 2 that are rated single A. So in a few slides, you're going to see some comparisons, and these North Carolina cities and towns are the rating peers that we are going to compare you to on a few of these discussion points. Okay? As it relates to the rating agencies, this is a little bit of an overview of how they rate local governments like the city. And I'll focus primarily on Moody's for the time being. It's a simpler model. It's very data-driven. They look at audits, they look at budgets, they look at census information. And from all of that information, they have a scorecard and they input data specific to Goldsboro. The economy and tax base is worth 30% of the rating. That's things like your assessed value per capita, and your median family income. There's no checkbox in the short-term control. It's long-term control. Our point there is, as elected body and as senior staff, you really can't influence the economy in the short term, budget to budget. You just can't move the needle meaningfully on tax base or median family income. It's really more of a long-term initiative to promote growth and investment and job creation. Finances is worth 30%. Where's your fund balance? What has the trend been? Those are really the two metrics. And you do have some control over that in the short term as well as the long term. That's finances. Management is 20%, so it's about budget practices, it's about reporting, it's about monitoring, things of that nature, CIP planning, rate setting on the utility side, setting the tax rate appropriately. Are you running, budget surpluses or budget deficits? That's 20%. Again, you have both short-term and long-term control. And then finally, debt and your pension obligations are worth 20%. So it's a pretty simple model. S&P gets to about the same place, and I think what's interesting is we think of credit ratings, we think of debt. Debt's a driver of that. Well, in reality, it's only 10 to 20% of the rating, right? So it is important, but it is not the driver of the bond rating. You get into things like economy, finances, and management as making up almost 80, 90% of the rating. So we are going to talk about debt, but I want you to keep it in perspective that it isn't the sort of the key driver to the rating. And the last thing I'll say here is just what you all are doing year in and year out with budgets and making other financial decisions along the way is trying to maximize what you can control in the short term, because we know there's certain things you cannot control in the short term, and those are longer term plays. So doing what you're able to manage positively those short term factors is important. I think it's particularly timely as you're going into your budget process. All right, so let's talk a little bit about trends. And keep in mind, we're only going through FY20 because that's all the audits that we have at this point. So 21 is not in audited form, so we've not addressed it, although what we just heard was very positive, and it sounds like maybe we have sort of bottomed out on some of these financial ratios, and we'd like to think we're going to head back in a positive direction. But again, kind of like coming at it from a lender's perspective or a rating agency perspective, we're really just looking at what data we have in audited form, and so that's why we go through FY20. So this top chart is measuring the gold line are your general fund, not utilities, just general fund tax-supported activity revenues. The bars, you've got operating expenses and debt service, and you'll see, and it's in the bullet points on the right. 2018 was sort of an inflection point where, due to increases in operating expenditures and debt service, we started to get into a place where expenditures were greater than revenues. So we sort of got to a place where we were running operational deficits. And at that same time, we started to see a step down in your overall reserves, okay? And so some of these bullet points address the recent trends in your general fund balance. You're not going to be able to see it real well on the screen, but the book, hopefully you can make it out. What we've got is the details of your fund balance going back to 2015 through fiscal year 20. And when you go back to your audits, you will be able to find all of these categories of fund balance. These are accounting-driven categories, the way the auditors require that fund balance is presented in the audits. You'll see that there are categories called non-spendable, restricted others, restricted stabilization by state statute, committed, assigned, and unassigned. And in our world, we tend to focus on this unassigned fund balance, which is the dark green component of these bars. And you can see that since 2017, that not only has the total fund balance, all the categories together, been stepping down, but that unassigned fund balance has been stepping down in particular. And that is the category or the dollar amount in your fund balance that you all have the most control over. There are no outside restrictions. So at any given point, you all can appropriate that unassigned fund balance for whatever collective purpose you think is worthy of it. But also keep in mind, this is just a moment in time. This is as of June 30, right? So in any given month, you're bringing revenues in, you're paying bills, so your fund balance is going to ebb and flow through the year. But as of June 30, sort of the end of the fiscal year, that's what we measure here. And so that unassigned fund balance has stepped down over the last several years from what had been in the $7 to $8 million range. In fiscal 20, we ended at $1.4 million. We do understand that we would expect in 21 to maybe see that increase, 22 perhaps again. So to mimic or reiterate what Catherine said, we'd like to think maybe we've hit the low point here, and we're going to see that come back up. This dark blue portion is this restricted stabilization by state statute. That is a North Carolina state statute required calculation. It's about $4 million. When we talk about true liquidity and monies that you all have control over to use either in an emergency or to take advantage of some opportunity, we focus on this unassigned fund balance. And that's also what we look at when we talk about your financial policies, which is restated at the top of this page 7 in my book, 230 something in your agenda. Your fund balance policy is stated up here, and the long and short of it is we are looking at this unassigned fund balance as a percent of your budget, the budget being in the 39 million range or so in the general fund, revenues, expenditures, around 39, 40 million. And so we're looking at a policy that says we want to maintain at a minimum 10% with a target of 15%. Not to be confused with the Local Government Commission available fund balance restricted by state statute. That is a different calculation. It is not associated with the policy, and it's not the way the rating agencies would necessarily look at it. So when we look at the math surrounding your unassigned fund balance as a percent of your budget, that's that green line. All right, this is as a percent of revenues, this is as a percent of expenditures over this 6-year period. So back in 2019, we were right at the lower end of our policy, maybe a tad below it in the 7 to 8% range. Based on the FY20 draft audit, that's $1.4 million as a percent of the budget. We're down around 3 to 4%. Again, as Catherine alluded, we are below our policy. But our policy also recognizes that we may be below it from time to time for various reasons. That in and of itself is not a breach of the policy, in that as long as we can show a plan and progress towards replenishing those reserves within a 3-year period, that's the flexibility that your policy gives you, the recognition that, look, we're not always going to be adding to fund balance. Events may occur that we need to use fund balance, and it may put us below our policy. But as long as we're discussing it, you're aware of it, and you're making efforts to get it back up above the policy, that's viewed by the rating agencies as lenders as generally a good story. They understand that local governments go through tough times from time to time, and They'd like to know that you all are informed about these things and that you're taking those things into consideration when you're going through your budget process. Any questions there? Okay. On a comparison basis, this is where we introduce those other North Carolina and national rated cities, and I'm going to focus on the right-hand side. This is the unassigned fund balance. As of FY20, that was the $1.4 million. That's the dollars that you had in unassigned fund balance, that gold bar, $1.4 million, compared to FY20 for national cities and towns that are rated AAA, AA, or single A, and North Carolina cities and towns that are rated AAA, AA, and single A. You can see on a dollar basis, you are on the low end of those medians. You're sort of more in line with, and even still slightly below, the single A North Carolina cities and towns. When we look at, this is dollars. This is the $1.4 million for Goldsboro. When we look at it as a percent of budget, that's the 3 to 4%. And when we do that same comparison for these other local governments, it's more of a reasonable comparison, because it's somewhat about how much you have in dollars, but when we compare you to other local governments to account for size, we look at it as a percent of your budget. And you can see at 3 to 4%, you fall pretty well below that universe, right? Across not only the national cities and towns, the North Carolinas as well. So certainly not just sort of looking to heap on to you all and be redundant, but we know that given the trends that we've seen, this should not be a surprise. And if we think back to where your ratings are and the fact that the 20 audits coming out, hopefully the 21 audits coming out not too far behind that, these are discussions we're going to need to have with S&P, the one rating agency that still rates you, to try to manage that story. And again, this is about 30% of the rating, fund balance. So it's an important part of the discussion that we'll continue to manage as best we can with staff to try to preserve that rating. Okay? Let me talk a little bit about debt. This is still tax-supported debt. No utility, nothing that we've discussed yet includes anything on utilities, just tax-supported debt. And I think the graph in the upper left sort of gives you some good perspective. That starts in fiscal year 11 and goes all the way out to fiscal year 39. And so anything in gray is history. It's done. And over that decade or so, you know, the city did quite a bit of investment in capital, all the different projects that were done, some of which were funded with debt. And so over this period of time, your annual debt payments were stepping up. You were issuing debt, you were funding projects of all different sorts and types. Again, no utility in here, just tax-supported projects, whether it's the rehab, purchase and rehab of this building, Paramount Theater, Main Street, you know, other things that you all were doing, or your boards before, your councils before you were doing. So we've kind of peaked out on our debt service in fiscal 19, and it's begun to step back down. Not a big step down in these recent years, but the step downs do accelerate as time goes forward. Right now, primarily because of the audit situation, the Local Government Commission Raleigh, who has to approve most types of debt, just would not approve large or long-term debt for you all because of waiting for audits. But you have done some smaller, short-term borrowings for rolling stock, IT, things of that nature that are just critical to be done that you can do at the local level approval without LGC approval. So you are getting some investment in capital done, but again, it's on the smaller end of things, shorter payback. The question will be, as hopefully things get caught up on the financial reporting and the trends improve, as time goes forward, you do have some nice step downs in your debt service. We know that because that's existing debt. It's nothing new assumed here. And so the question will be, you know, what do you do with those step downs, right? And you can see what the dollars are. We're at like $4.8 million a year. It's going to step down to 4, 3.6, 3, 2.9, and so on. And over those years, the question will become, you know, what do we do with those step downs? And the two basic options are, you know, you preserve those dollars in your capital budget, which is going to help you afford whatever's next on your list for capital projects, or you take advantage of those step downs and you use them in the operating budget, let's say, or some combination of the two. And so I don't think we're looking to solve that question now, just wanted to make sure you're all aware that as far as the debt is concerned today, you've peaked out, it's starting to decline. When the audit situation gets caught up, I'm sure you all are going to go back to discussing major capital projects, I would think, and maybe there will be discussion about new debt. This decline will help you afford new debt going forward, but at the same time, it may also help you to address certain other operating budget pressures that you're dealing with. Okay? A couple of things on your debt profile and policies. You've got a handful of policies on debt. I'm going to kind of go through these. I guess the takeaway I want to give you is you're in compliance with all of your debt policies. Your debt profile is in keeping with your AA rating. So that's good. But remember, debt is only 10 to 20% of the rating discussion. So while it is good and you're in line, it isn't sort of the key driver. But let me say that when we look at this particular ratio, it's a measure of how quickly you're repaying your debt, and it's measured in percentage. So the green bar is up around 85%. That means over the next 10 years, you will repay 85% of the debt that's in place today. I'm going to show it to you here. You see this principal every year? This is how much you're paying in principal at every year. The total principal outstanding is $31.5 million of debt for tax-supported debt, and you're paying back $3 to $4 million a year. And so what we're saying is, in a 10-year period, looking forward 10 years from now, 83% of all of this debt will have been repaid. Higher is better. You're above your policy that is 55% or better. And on a comparison basis, compared to the national cities and towns and the North Carolina cities and towns, you're in really good shape. You want your bar further out to the right. And so you compare very well. So when you have issued debt in the past, you've done it in a way that you're repaying it at a pretty rapid rate, which is a good thing from a debt profile perspective. Secondly is debt as a percent of your tax base. So it's about $31 million of tax-supported debt outstanding on a tax base of about $2.5 billion. The math works out where that ratio is about 1.2%. That's the green bar, 1.2%, and it declines over time. You have a policy that says we don't want to exceed 2.5%. You're well below it. You're in compliance. Lower is better. And on a comparison basis, you're a little higher than the North Carolina medians, meaning the green bars, but you're in a reasonable range with the universe of these local governments in each category. The green bar is the median. The blue line is showing you the range from the low end to the high end, okay? And in this case, lower is better. So again, a little bit higher than the medians, but certainly in a reasonable range for the high and the low. And you're in the strong category from Moody's, the Moody's rating agency. So you're in compliance, you line up pretty well, and you line up at a level that's consistent with your AA rating. Lastly, debt service to expenditures. How much of your annual budget is going towards debt service? We do the math. It's about 12 to 13%. That's the green bars. It's stepping down. You have a policy that says you don't want it to go above 15%, so you're in compliance. Lower is better. Like the prior slide, you're a little bit higher than the median, right? You want your bars further to the left here. You're a little bit higher than the median, but you're in that range of the high and low. So the takeaway on the debt profile and the debt ratios in your policies is everything is in line. We think it's consistent with your rating category, maybe a tad on the high side, but certainly not an outlier. And we know that over time, you are going to have some opportunities with this step down in debt to either help you afford your tax-supported CIP as that gets revisited, or to move some dollars elsewhere in the budget. Okay, so I'm going to just a couple of slides on utilities. All of that was tax-supported debt. Nothing in any of that was utility-related. Tax-supported debt, you've got about $30 million of debt outstanding. You can see the profile here. You do have generally a declining debt structure, but you don't have quite the declines that we had in the tax-supported debt. Kind of got a few years of step downs, then it's level, and it steps down more meaningfully out here. You can see what the annual dollars are, 3.3, 3, 2.8, 2.7, and so on. We know from one of the first discussions this morning is that there is a very healthy CIP out there for utilities, 200+ million, right? And you know, I'm anticipating or expecting that some of that might be funded with ARPA funds, grants, low interest loans, to be determined on all of that. But nonetheless, there's fairly significant capital out there. So while you do have some declines in your debt, you know, it's unlikely that those declines are going to accommodate the level of capital that you might need to do going forward. They certainly will help, but they're not going to be sort of a one-for-one swap, meaning that every year as debt steps down, you can backfill with what you need to fund your CIP. The CIP is likely to outstrip that. Couple of things on the water and sewer fund. This is water and sewer only. One of the things we look at, that lenders look at, ultimately, when we go forward with your water and sewer capital plan, likelihood is you're going to need to borrow some money from somebody, I would expect. And one of the things they look at, like on the general fund, is what's your cash position in the water and sewer fund. The math is a little different. The accounting is a little different because it's a utility fund and not a general fund. But what we've tried to show you here, and you should be able to tie back to your audits through FY20, is the liquidity, the cash and investments within the water and sewer fund that has been stepping down over the last 3 or 4 years. This green line is a policy that says we'd like to maintain at least 50% of our budget in the water and sewer fund in utility reserves. That is not an LGC requirement. It is more of a discretionary policy. And over the years, as we've been doing planning work, I think the Stantec folks that are doing a deeper dive on your utility rate study have been doing and assuming the same minimum level of reserves in the utility at 50% of your budget. You've been at that level through 19. In 2020, you fell below, but we also know in 21, we expect some things to occur that will maybe add some dollars to the water and sewer fund balance. Perhaps in 22, that may or may not be sustainable. I think we need to really look at that Stantec report, which is doing multi-year projections. They're the experts on the utility projections. But what you can see based on FY20 for other water and sewer systems, these aren't cities necessarily, these are water and sewer systems, at that 30% reserve as a percent of budget here, you're really on the low end of what we would expect to see for a single or a double A utility system. And you can see, you know, for the double A's, there's somebody out there as high as 400%, somebody as low as 30%, so you're on the low end. You're not a total outlier, but you're on the low end. And the median or the midpoint is about 180%. So like the general fund, I think there should be a general discussion as you're looking at water and sewer budgeting, rates, and CIP about trying to manage rates and other parts of your budget to get this back in an upward trend. I think that will serve you well, particularly with the large capital needs that are coming in the water and sewer system. Not just so you can borrow money, but oftentimes, I suspect you know, with utility projects, you need to front some money so that you can get engineering done and right-of-way purchases or other things that need to be done, because generally, the Local Government Commission in Raleigh does not want you borrowing money until your project is designed and bid. And sometimes it can take a year or two to get a project to where it's designed and bid, and you might have to front money during that period of time and then pay yourself back when the borrowing goes through. That's another reason why reserves is so important. Last slide, and I'll wrap up, is another important concept in utility finance, which is called debt service coverage. It is essentially a measure of how many times over can you cover your debt payment after you pay your operating expenses. So think of it this way: water and sewer, you're bringing in revenues from your customers, you're paying the core operating expenses, salaries, chemicals, electricity, those things. Revenues, you pay those expenses. What we're measuring is, after you pay those operating expenses, what's left to pay your debt service. And you have a policy, this green line, that says you'd like to be able to demonstrate in any given fiscal year in the audit that for every dollar of debt service you have to pay, you have at least $1.25 available to pay it. So that's a debt service coverage ratio of 1.25. Said another way, you want to show that if you owe $1 in debt service, you had $1.25 available to pay it. That would mean you're compliant with this policy, and you have been, by and large, over this entire period. And in fact, the trend has been positive through FY20, I think in large part because I believe you all raised rates pretty significantly in FY20 budget, and maybe you did some other things to control costs and whatnot. But that is a positive trend. We'd like to see that continue. I know that the assistant city manager presented some things about future rate increases. Those are going to be very important to manage as you are trying to rebuild reserves and to fund that capital program. But that's a good trend. You can see on a comparison basis your yearly cash flow, your ability to demonstrate how well you can cover your debt service is in really good shape. All right, so that's a positive, and that's only going to help you in order to fund new capital, to build reserves, and position yourselves to be able to manage that pretty significant CIP.
Excuse me. We
Yes.
have to pardon me, I'm not even close to being a CPA. So how do you reconcile below level liquidity with notably above average debt service ratio? Those would correlate.
Well, it has to do with capital for the most part, I think, that you might be generating debt coverage of 1.5 times each year, right? So that means after you pay your debt service, you got some money left over.
Right.
And I think what we're seeing when we look at the downward trend in liquidity is using those reserves and other reserves either for capital, pay as you go. Maybe it's partly addressed by the monies that you had to front for the FEMA and other things. Again, hopefully we're going to see some of that money flow back to y'all in 21 and 22. So like we discussed earlier, perhaps this is bottomed out here, so to speak. Now we know we can't ignore the big capital program going forward, but we'd like to think, and time will tell, that in the 21 audit and maybe the 22 audit, maybe we'll start to see this trend reverse. But I think that's probably the best explanation I can give you about how can we have this good debt coverage, but yet our cash is going down. I think it's a combination of things between pay-as-you-go capital and hopefully some money that you're going to reimburse yourselves from FEMA reimbursements.
Thank you.
That's all we had. No, I went over my allotted time, but if there are any final questions, I'm happy to answer them. I'm happy to follow up with any of you later on if you have questions on the side.
Any questions? If not, I think we'll take a break. We're past time. We were going to take a break. It's 11:07 now. Could we take a 10-minute break and be back in at 12:07?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay.
Before you get started, let me just say that in consideration for people who've come here for, and have to leave, I changed the schedule around a little
Okay,
bit, so. you can
that's
go.
fine, that's fine. I just wanted to bring to the floor a discussion about the possibility of making Juneteenth a paid employees holiday. And before we open up for discussion or questions, I wanted to share with you just a very brief yet informative video regarding the history of Juneteenth. Well, I thought it was, Brad. No.
The World Beyond the Headlines lecture series is a project of the University of
Sorry. Get back.
I'll go get ahead.
Yeah, skip the head. And then hit it back again. There you go.
Open a U.S. history
Hit
book,
that button.
and chances are
Nope.
So before I even get started, just let me thank.
Why doesn't every home in the U.S. have solar?
I'm sorry. All right, you come back and
Brad,
find
get
us.
us to the right one, please.
Hang on. Where's the mouse?
See?
So before I even get started, just let me thank Mr. Tom Keener
That's not it? Oh,
and
that's
the
one.
City of Allen and the Allen Public Library.
That was the one I was given. Hang on.
We can do it.
No, I got you right here. No. I don't know. That's the one.
That's okay. We can do it out.
Okay.
We can talk about it. I think everybody is most familiar with
Okay.
what it is. Okay. So some time ago, probably 1 to 2 years ago, the discussion came up of making Juneteenth a employee paid holiday. And at that time, you, the council, decided to wait to see what the state of North Carolina would do. Well, about in 2007, the state of North Carolina recognized Juneteenth as a holiday. However, they have not, they're one of the very few states that have made it a paid holiday for employees. So nevertheless, we have come back to the drawing board, and I've been approached by some employees as well as some select council as to what are we going to do if we're going to do anything. After some conversation with other municipalities, as well as polling other municipalities, some have made it a holiday and others have not. So we're back here to just try to figure out where we are with this, if we want to move forward, or if there's something that we need to wait and maybe follow the state.
Well, if I can interject, I've always wanted to see it be seen as a paid holiday. It's been recognized federally. And as a matter of fact, when we adopted it as a resolution for the city, I read the resolution at the Wayne County Museum where Councilwoman Jones did a rendition in recognition of Juneteenth. So I'm wholeheartedly in favor of this. Should have been done a long time ago. It's probably what we would look at as African Americans is comparable to the 4th of July in our culture. So that being said, those are my thoughts on the recommendation.
Well, I agree with Councilman Polak. It should be a paid holiday. And it is comparable to July. I hate to be echoing off of you, but, you know, it is, and it's very important. And I think that when the city adopts this, then this will really speak volumes to our African-American community. And I think it's something that we should do.
Councilman Pollock spoke to this at our last council meeting and said that he would like to bring this to the agenda for the retreat. I wholeheartedly endorse this discussion and also support the making this day a paid city holiday.
I'd like to intervene, and one question might be, what is it going to cost us? Because that's always a question when it comes to adding benefits, holidays. So it would be a non-productive workday for most of our employees. However, we do have the departments or divisions that work 24/7, meaning in public safety, public utilities, and maybe some of public works. So in the event that we do adopt this and make it a paid holiday for most employees, those particular departments would have to get a holiday off sometime later.
Sure.
So it would cost us, whatever their holiday schedule and pay would be. So it would cost something, but not, Catherine's the numbers person, I'm the people's person, so they could probably help us more with determining what the final cost on that is.
Would it be a substantial amount, Catherine?
Ms. Jones, Bernadette had asked me about that. What we have to do is get the information from public safety, police, fire, public works, and public utilities, because they know their schedules the best. They know what those 12 and 24-hour, those shifts have to do. So we had not been approached about helping compile that yet, but we can work on that over the next couple of weeks, maybe at the next council meeting, and I can get with department heads and get that figure for you, if that's what the council would like.
I would hope that we would look at being able to provide those departments that have people working on those days, i.e. police, fire, utilities, public works, et cetera, an additional holiday in lieu of working on that particular holiday. In other words, a day off from work of their normal schedule,
Okay.
if that's
So-
possible.
So with that recommendation, it would take our holiday schedule from 11 to 12 holidays, depending on when Christmas falls, to 12 to 13 holidays,
Yes.
paid holidays.
So, any other comment? So, let me just put this to a vote now. Is there a motion to make Juneteenth, Monday, February 21st, a paid holiday for the city of Goldsboro employees?
It would be
What's the date?
June, it would be June, I'm not sure what it is this year, but you're looking into the,
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I had some very disturbing news this morning, folks, and it's just got my mind a little off.
That's all right.
Big here.
So we're looking at this holiday for the next,
Yes, I understand.
the next fiscal year, not this coming June, but
Yes,
next year.
Yes, I'm sorry. Making Juneteenth a paid holiday for the city of Goldsboro employees. Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bernadette.
Sorry about my video, but. Work together.
I'd like to tackle the ARPA piece next, sir, if we can. Screen right in front of me here.
Yes, sir. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, the American Rescue Plan, Coronavirus State Local Fiscal Recovery Fund distribution. Without that American Rescue Plan, when it comes to the general fund and the utility fund, you'll see on the left that taxes, fees, and service charges basically pay for your ops, maintenance, equipment, infrastructure, and personnel in the general fund for about $43.5 million. And in the utility fund, your water and sewer rates would pay for the same work in the utility fund worth about $17.7 million. With ARPA funds, you actually add that fund to the amount of money you would get in those two general funds and utility fund. Last budget year, there was a decision made to use 1.7 million of the first 4.4 million tranche to put into the general fund. There was a decision made to put $2.6 million into the utility fund, which would pay for infrastructure at that period of time. We haven't spent anything to date with the interim final rule because we didn't know exactly how that was going to work out. But with the final rule, you're allowed to take a standard allowance up to $10 million or up to the maximum amount of funding which the city got, which was $8.8 million. So what I'm recommending is we take that $8.8 million and we distribute it, as we've already decided, in FY22, which will really roll into FY23 for some of the aspects of the utility fund, and start paying down what we've determined to put the 1.7 million into the general fund, into personnel. So you can see in those different blocks these different type of expenses. And it's not saying that we're not going to do the decisions that were already made. What it's saying is we're going to put it into personnel, because personnel is the easiest thing to track with our timesheets or anything else. Over here on the right, this is uniform guidance compliance requirements. Okay? You've got to follow all these requirements. But if you don't procure things, you don't have to follow uniform guidance procurement or property management or program income. We just have to worry about these things, records retention, and for personnel, we're finding out that that would be the easiest way to track it. So when we take this 1.7 million and put it towards personnel, these taxes, fees, and service charges that would have otherwise paid for personnel can now pay for some infrastructure requirements or operations and maintenance. And that's exactly what we did to make the budget meet in FY22. Otherwise, we would have had to cut another 1.7 million from ops and maintenance and such, and that was already cut by 25 to 30%, as some of the department heads have recognized or mentioned to you. And when we needed to increase rates in order to pay for the capital improvement plan that Bert mentioned to you, we didn't do that. We relied on the American Rescue Plan. But instead of buying that equipment and having to work within these uniform guidance requirements, we're recommending we put it into the personnel. And as you heard from Catherine earlier, there's about $4.3 million worth of personnel costs per year in the utility fund that will allow us to pay that, and then the money that would have gone towards that can buy the equipment in accordance with North Carolina state law, the way we're normally used to doing work. And that way we don't get caught with any problems on uniform guidance. That's all I'm trying to do here. Now, in the next future budget years, when we get the next tranche, or next 4.4 million of the 8.8 million that we'll be getting in May timeframe, we're going to have to determine how to spend that in the next budget cycle or the budget cycle thereafter. We have to have that money appropriated or approved to do certain things by end of December 24, and spent by the end of December 2026. I hope this clarifies what we're trying to do here. And oh, by the way, there's North Carolina coronavirus state, local, and fiscal recovery funds that were mentioned earlier, up to $15 million per unit, which we will do our best to get our max $15 million out of that for several of the projects that were already mentioned. And when you do that, that won't be able to go towards personnel costs or anything else. That's going to have to go straight into your infrastructure, whether we're buying 2-inch galvanized water lines for $3 million, or whether we're doing phase 3 sewer for $5 million, or whether we're addressing issues with the water treatment plant or water reclamation facility, depending on those priorities. That's what that funding is going to have to do. And then you're going to have to apply all these procurement and property management guidelines. And you're likely to have to get a program manager for that, either through hiring additional capacity in the city or with the contractors we work with. So what I'm asking the council to do now is approve the standard allowance for $13,514, which is what we get, and then pay for personnel costs to simplify federal uniform guidance reporting requirements. And this will enable us to lose the local tax utility rate revenue to pay for other requirements as determined by council in accordance with North Carolina laws. Are there any questions? Can I clarify this further for you? I have Catherine here to answer any questions as well.
I have a question, Mr. Manager.
Yes.
So you're saying the second tranche, which would have $4 million left, that could be applied to infrastructure. So all $8 million is not going straight to personnel, just for clarity.
Well, we'll put it all towards personnel because that's the easiest way to track it.
Mm-hmm.
But in the end, you've got to do all these things over here, right? Or all these things here.
Right.
We're just applying it towards personnel, and then what normally flows from your taxes and fees or from your water and sewer rates will pay for these other things. It doesn't mean we don't need to increase those rates because of the requirements that are out there. It's just a matter of how we're tracking this money with the federal government. And Catherine has agreed to be the program manager over this, and it's basically she's going to have to put some guidance out there for the staff to follow on how we're tracking our personnel timesheets.
So I guess what I'm asking is, the projection for this year and the following years of 20%, and the 15 and 15, would this offset those percentages in increase for the citizens if we apply aggressive amounts of money? I guess.
Yes, it can. If you remember the slide that Roe showed, right? He showed still a 20% increase using this first $2.6 million. Right? If we do a similar split next year, which would take up all the ARP funding, right? Add another 2.6 million, you could maybe lower your rate costs a little bit, but in the end, you're going to need to address a $200 million problem out there, and you need to get after it sooner than later, in my opinion. But I think we're going to want to use a similar amount of money over here on the general fund side this next year, where you're going to have to cut back operations further. Right? Now we know we've got more revenue coming in with sales tax and some property tax that will help. And when Catherine gives us those budget estimates for the next FY23 budget cycle, we'll take a good look at it and we'll bring back a recommendation on how we recommend to spend this money in 23 and 24. But right now we're just talking about right here, handling this amount of money in the current budget cycle that hasn't been spent into personnel costs.
So I guess where I want some clarity, and I know you've broken it down, but we can chop it up a little bit more.
Okay.
What we're gonna do, or what you're recommending us do, is to take $8.8 million. We are going to put it towards personnel, which means that $8.8 million can only be used towards personnel. Is that what you're saying, or is that not what you're saying? Because when you say we can use it, it's easier to track, we can be more flexible with it, it kind of leads me to assume we can use it for other things.
You can use it for other things. You can use it for infrastructure and other things and do all these uniform guidance requirements. But in the end, it's one big pot of money.
Right. So if we use it for anything other than personnel, we're going to have to do the procurement, the property manager, the program manager, and all of that. And you're trying to avoid that.
Correct. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible.
So you're only trying to avoid that for simplicity reasons?
Correct.
So you're saying that you can't?
Just one more thing, Councilwoman, if you don't mind.
No, I didn't know if you had finished. I'm sorry.
For tracking and reporting purposes with the federal government.
Right. But would the 8.8, and I don't want to say more beneficial because I don't want personnel to be offended because I'm not meaning it offensively. But if we are having to look at rate increases and infrastructure is a serious issue right now, do we see applying that money to a different line item to be priority? And I don't want that to sound bad. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying at least some of that money could go to those other projects that we're looking at versus just totally going into one pot.
What I see, and then see if I understand it. And just all right, we're going to take the
Councilmember Aycock, can you allow him to answer that before you chime in, if you don't mind, for me, please? Thank you.
You can do what you
So see these costs, 43.5 and 17.7, right? When we add in FY22 those additional amounts of funding, you get a bigger pot of money. Within that pot of money, we're just trying to say we're going to track the American Rescue Plan money in personnel costs. So what you would have done for personnel costs is now available to be spent on the other things in that budget cycle. Okay? So we're still going to buy the infrastructure that was presented earlier by Mr. Sherman in FY, but because we're so late in this cycle, we won't be able to purchase it in FY22. It'll roll to FY23. But we're still going to use this amount of money to purchase that. It's just we're going to track it within personnel costs. Catherine, I don't know if you want to add any comments, but
Well, I wanted to ask, I just wanted to ask, can you not track it if you put it in the utility funds? You say it's easier to track, but can it not be tracked if it was put over there?
It can be tracked. One of the things when I was discussing it earlier on was to try to put it into one project, so you only have to track for one project. What the CIP is in FY22 is 10 or 12 different projects that you're going to have to track individually with all these requirements. It's going to be easier to track in personnel. We've worked very closely with UNC School of Government on this. They're recommending it for a lot of governments our size. I think it's the way ahead. Catherine, did you have anything you want to add?
I mean, other than I can restate it.
Why don't you let-
Okay. I think we're all on the same page. So what I'm thinking in my mind is like, I have a $20 bill and a $20 bill. The $20 bill is the taxpayer tax dollars, and the other $20 bill is the federal government. We're going to use this $20 bill to pay the personnel costs. So now that I don't have to use the $20 bill from the taxpayers, I can use that to spend on programs. So if the city council says you're going to put X number of dollars towards agency support, now because I don't have to use the city $20 bill to pay personnel, I can use it to pay that. So that $20 from the taxpayers' constitution gives you a wide breadth of how you can choose how to spend that. And as Ms. Matthews pointed out, we have a lot of infrastructure needs, so what we're trying to do is instead of having to go with all of these UG requirements, which are very strict, then we can procure with the citizen tax dollars under a little less stricter rule, which may actually increase your cost because you have, when you go by UG, it's going to cost a little bit more. So we're using that $20 from the federal government to pay those personnel costs, but the council's going to decide how the freed up $20 from the citizens that we can use that. So I think we're all saying the same thing. Does that help any? Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that there was flexibility, and I saw that word, but when you say, and not just for my benefit, for those people who are listening as well, can understand that we are not locked into this one thing. We're just making it easier to track, but there is some flexibility if the council so chooses to use this particular amount of money in different areas. And that's all I wanted to confirm for myself and for those people who are concerned about just moving 8.8 to one particular spot.
Yes. And I agree with you because now there's going to be 8.8 million of city dollars that is freed up to spend as the council directs. And the manager, right, the personnel costs, we say easier. I mean, there is a lot of work in it, but it is a more consistent method. So although it's a lot of work on myself and the department heads and their staff, it's a consistent method. You're going to have to get somebody to come in and manage the program. I mean, there's no doubt. Catherine can't do that by herself. So that's why we're saying to use that 8.8 million. And you're right. So now this freed up 8.8 million of city dollars, you can direct it in the manner that you see fit. So I think that maybe that's a little bit clearer. Okay. All right.
And while you're there,
Yes, sir.
just from your level of expertise, this is what you recommend this to be allocated the way that it's being presented right here?
I do, and the reason that I say that is from the amount of staffing that we have, I would say from a finance standpoint, but also from a department head standpoint. This is going to be a lot of work on your department heads and the admin people, okay? But it's the lesser of the bad alternatives of the amount of work we have to do, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to preserve those ARPA tax or those ARPA dollars so we can use it to help Goldsboro. We don't want to use it to spend on personnel just to count for the money, right? So it is my recommendation to do that, because we're going to try to do it within the bounds of what we have right now without asking council, okay, well, we've got to have 3 or 4 more people just to help do the ARPA paperwork, which is going to cost money. It's going to take money away that we could use to help Goldsboro. Yes, sir.
So each time we need to move some funds, this will be brought before the council before those funds are moved.
So when we allocate this 8.8 million towards personnel, what that essentially does is it's going to free up those general revenues. So where the council makes their decisions is in the budget process. So if the council says, all right, Mr. Manager, we freed up this 8.8 million because you're going to use it in personnel, these are the programs we want to see done. You need to speak up. I think you're going to have an opportunity today or, over the coming weeks. You need to speak up and let the manager know, what do you want to see this 8.8 million that's now freed up, where do you want to see it go for the city of Goldsboro? That's what you need to do. So if it's for let's say, helping people with water bills, for instance, or if it's to pave a street or a sidewalk, or to provide medical supplies, then you need to speak up to him, and then he can put it into the budget request that y'all are going to be actively involved in over the next couple of months. Yes, sir.
Is it safe to say that last year, when the federal administrators in the ARPA funds released the uniform guidance to say that you could account for these dollars through personnel timesheets, is it safe to say that municipalities around the country all breathe a sigh of relief?
Yes, absolutely. Because the requirements of uniform guidance, I mean, you as a council are going to see some paperwork in the next couple of months that we're going to be providing on these UG, that some of this stuff should have been done years ago and it hasn't, but we've got to do it now because U.S. Treasury's doing it differently. So you are going to get bombarded with a lot of stuff you're going to have to review and approve. But yes, people did breathe a sigh of relief because it's actually going to make things a little bit easier. And think about, there are a lot of municipalities, we have like 450 in North Carolina, that all of a sudden, they were under the radar. They never got enough federal money to have like a single audit. They've been pushed into the spotlight now. So they're having to do stuff that we've been doing for decades now. So they had to make it easier because otherwise things would collapse, because these little governments where one person is the manager, the finance director, the police chief, they couldn't handle all this. So it is a lot, but it's a good thing, I think, for Goldsboro. I do.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'd like Roe to come up for a minute and describe a little bit about the uniform guidance that he's dealt with in the past.
So if you remember the last crisis we had before COVID, it was the financial crisis of 2008. And if you remember, there was a stimulus package called the ARA stimulus package that came out in about 2010. So most municipalities, and Goldsboro got some of that money as well. Where I used to work, Wake Forest, we got some, and the biggest project we had was a greenway extension. Now, I wasn't doing engineering at that time, but my engineers reported to me what they had to do. Picture it with just the state guidelines. With the state guidelines, all you had to do was you had to follow basically the contract provisions for awarding a contract laid out in general statutes. Then you basically had to track costs and had to make sure that everything was being spent appropriately. Well, for ARA, you had to do all of that. Plus, I'm just going to talk about the field work now that you had to do. Originally, the inspectors, all they had to do was inspect the work and see that it was done right. Well, now this is what they had to do. They had to see who turned up that day. Contractors. How many workers were there? Was there a foreman on site? Who was the foreman? Okay, now, you've heard of prevailing wage. It's also known as Davis-Bacon. So it's minimum wage that the feds set for contract workers. Okay, so that has to be posted. And then somebody has to go around and ask an individual worker This says you're getting paid this much. Are you actually getting paid what that says? Then you have to record that, who you spoke to, when you spoke to. That just deals with that part of it. Then, so you have to look at seeing what was installed. Okay, trucks turned up. Okay, what truck turned up? Take a note of it. What did it have? Had pipe. What kind of pipe? This kind of pipe. Oh, does that is that in accordance with American procurement? Is it American pipe? If not, why not? And so you have to look at what was approved and see exactly what arrived on site. Record that. Okay, so we started working on the greenway. We cut out 300 feet of dirt. Oh, okay. What did you do with the dirt? Took it away. Okay, fair. Record that. Did you put stone down? Yes. How much stone did you put down? How far did it go? How wide was it? How long was it? And every day, that was the kind of detail that they were looking for. So just imagine how much more it costs to do that. And we tracked it about 15 to 20% more it cost for that project.
Thank you, Roe. So if I could get council to approve taking the standard allowance to pay for personnel in accordance with this slide, if I get a motion, a second, and approval, we will go ahead and do that. And I'd like to get started so we can pay down in the FY22 cycle.
So you've heard the,
Okay, I want to get this in my head. So, this 8.8, if we put it in personnel, if we decide that we want a certain amount of this money to go to the utility fund to help with sewer, we will be able to get this money out of this fund.
You're going to put it into personnel over here instead of personnel over here.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're doing already in FY22, for our decision, 1.7 million is going to go into personnel in the general fund, 2.6 is going to go into personnel in the utility fund, and that will free up money that would have gone to pay for personnel to buy the CIP that's been talked about. Okay, and then we got to go into the next budget cycle and determine what we're going to do in FY23. Do we want to split it about the same? Do you want to pay less over here and increase your rates and take that money and buy a fire truck? That's an option.
Well,
Or not.
suppose I want to pay more over here.
Yep, you pay more over here, then you're going to have to cut something over there. Unless revenues
But that is a
increase enough.
decision that the council will
Yes,
make.
that's a decision that the manager will bring his budget recommendation, and the council will make the changes to the budget as
Yeah, well,
you
I
see
want to
fit.
make this clear for myself and for anyone else that's listening.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes.
would you put the slide back up there that, yes, okay. So what you're asking us to do is approve the proposal to move the $8.8 million into personnel
Over time.
over time.
Mayor, I move we allocate the $8.8 million to offset personnel costs as shown today by the manager and the director of finance.
And to take the standard allowance.
Yes, yes.
Which allows us to do this.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a second, any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 4-2, I believe, is that correct? Okay, we have a 4-2 decision,
Okay,
motion's carried.
thank you, sir. Ma'am.
Well, do you need to ask who opposes, because it could
Okay,
fall under the standard that we all agree.
I'll go back then to that, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We had the motion that 4 members raised to approve, raise your hand to approve the motion. Those opposed, please raise your hand.
So then they concur because they don't oppose, or do you
Oh, I thought you
oppose?
was doing the whole vote all over again. Forgive me.
Okay,
No,
do it
no,
over.
go,
No,
go do
it's
it your way,
okay.
Mayor. I'm just saying, I was under the
I wanna-
assumption.
I
Okay, I'll put it.
I want to be very clear. Would you state the motion again, sir?
Sure, Mayor, I move that we allocate the $8.8 million to offset personnel costs to take the standard allowance as shown by the manager and the director of finance today.
Do we have a second? Second motion, any discussion? All those in favor of the motion made by the council member, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries 4-2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're going to continue on with the budget?
Let's see. What's next on the calendar there, Laura? Yeah, so I'd like to get Octavius to come up and prep his presentation before we go to budget guidance.
Okay.
If I can, while they're doing that, sir, maybe we can talk about the contract?
Okay, you were given this morning a letter to contract with Allerton Services. I don't know if you had an opportunity to read it or not, but if you have it, please take a moment to do so.
So can I talk to it, sir?
Sure, go ahead.
So I'd like the council to approve an engagement letter with Greg Isley CPA for the FY23 budget to enable the finance director to focus on the FY21 audit. These people will help me get through the process that the finance department would have supported in the past. The contract gives an estimate of about 150 hours at billable hours of $125 per hour for some of the senior management and $100 per hour for staff. So this is an estimate of, I think, about $20,000 to support this effort. And I'm looking for council to approve this contract or engagement letter with Greg Isley CPA.
Let me mention that in the past few years, preparation of the budget has been the responsibility of the finance director. This is abnormal for most cities. It normally falls within the responsibilities of the manager and or a budget director. For cities, they have one. We don't have a budget director. So this is why we are looking at bringing in an outside party to help prepare our budget for the oncoming year.
Do you need approval to come in?
Yes, I'm going to give everybody an opportunity. Has everybody finished reading the, okay. Do I have a motion to approve the Greg W. Isley CPA firm to oversee the preparation of the budget?
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion?
I have a question, Mr. Manager.
Yes, ma'am.
If for any reason I don't see like a particular timeline or anything like that, and in lieu of kind of how we've been bounced around with getting our audit back and reviews and different things like that, is there any compensation that we could get back if they fall short to their end of the bargain or don't fulfill something in the contract? Do we get reimbursed for any of that?
There's nothing in the contract about that. They're going to fulfill the services as we've forwarded to the department heads in the typical way we do the business. So instead of having Catherine and her team of her deputy and a couple other finance people there, that's what these people will do. And these people are previous finance directors, budget officers that free up the time for Catherine to focus and her team on the FY21 audit. So
I'm not in disagreement to this. I just wanted to
Yeah.
know, do we, but if it was
Well, Mr. Manager, if you don't mind, would you explain, or at least briefly discuss the second paragraph on the second page that does talk about those invoices? Who will be accounting for the number of hours that will be submitting on those invoices? Who will be the person who actually submits those invoices, which would give us that opportunity for a little bit of control, at least I'm assuming.
So the firm will submit the invoices on a bi-weekly basis, and I'll oversee the hours with it. Confirm the hours that are worked with it.
Does that answer your question?
It does, as long as there's somebody internally who's checking off, they submit an invoice for 80 hours and you look at it.
Yeah, it'll be specific as to what they're doing, who's doing what. We've talked with them about that. It's just not going to be a generic bill.
Perfect.
Is there any other questions or discussion? If not, all in favor of contracting with the Greg W. Isley CPA organization for our budget preparation, please raise your hand. Any opposed? There being no opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I've asked Octavius to go through the strategic plan, some key aspects of it to help stimulate some thought, along with everything else that's been discussed over the last day and a half. And then we can go to the wrap-up session where we'll get some takeaways, any guidance for me in the next budget cycle. Part of what Octavius is going to do is show something from the city of Raleigh here and how they use their strategic plan. And I think we're well on the way to getting there and how we think about the strategic plan. But there's lots more that can be done. So Octavius, over to you.
April 2015, City Council adopted the city's fiscal year 2016 through 2020 strategic plan. Since that time, we made tremendous progress advancing and implementing elements of the plan. We're excited to share a few of the many accomplishments throughout the last 5 years. Raleigh recognizes the importance of providing opportunities for workforce development, especially for youth and young adults preparing for future careers. In 2017, the Raleigh Pathways Center opened as a partnership between the City of Raleigh, Capital Area Workforce Development Board, and Wake Tech Community College. The center offers workforce development and programs that help young adults find a career and clear pathway to success. Through a partnership with Wake County, the Raleigh-Wake Partnership to End Homelessness, and Catholic Charities, Oak City Cares was opened in April 2019 as a center for coordinated services for those at risk of or experiencing homelessness. Everybody who needs housing assistance, regardless of where they are in Wake County, can be served at Oak City Cares. The strategic plan also included efforts to address the need for more affordable housing options in the community. As part of this effort, City Council established a goal to create or preserve 5,700 affordable housing units over a 10-year time period. The city is on track to meet this goal, having created and preserved over 2,200 affordable units through efforts supporting new construction, rehabilitating existing homes, and providing financial assistance to home buyers. The city continually works with partners to respond to and prepare for growth throughout our region. As Raleigh continues to grow, we're investing in a public transit system that will allow transportation choices for all Raleigh residents to access jobs, educational opportunities, and leisure activities throughout the county.
So, the city of Goldsboro is certainly no Raleigh, North Carolina. However, I use this correlation because I am a guest to the Triangle J COG, Council of Government. I've spent the last 2 years in discussions with them from a strategic planning initiative as well as a strategy and innovations. So when I look at what other communities are doing, the correlation is council strategic plan, council strategic plan. And I'll say it again, council and strategic plan. It's imperative that we have the council's engagement. And
there are three of you who were part of the original strategic planning initiative. If you look over here to my right, this is the council's priorities that were established in 2017 during the council retreat. We spent 8 hours going back and forth trying to identify what the goals should be for the council. On the screen, what you see are the goals that we've come up with. A safe and secure community, a strong and diverse economy, exceptional quality of life, racial and cultural harmony, a model of excellence. You can't see. In government. These are the very same goals that have been adopted by our strategic plan today. So for you, Murphy, you may say, Murphy, what the heck is a strategic plan? Well, a strategic plan is the roadmap that the leaders of the city of Goldsboro will use to track and measure results. It will determine if programming is working or not. Over the course of the last day and a half, a lot's been presented specific to the needs of the city. Some have been in the form of equipment, some have been in the form of infrastructure, some have been in the form of hiring. Those are real needs that that's going to affect us. What was compelling to me when the session opened up, I was not expecting the mayor to open up with his address. And it reads as, to address issues facing growth in Goldsboro, services to our citizens, and improvement to the quality of life. Well, all of those statements are consistent with our messaging with the strategic plan. Well, Murphy, what is the message from a strategic planning standpoint? Well, it starts off with our mission statement. The city provides services, promotes equality, protects the well-being of all residents and visitors to enhance our quality of life every day. That was modified when the city manager got here because he thought it was very important to include all of us, not just the residents and the visitors, but all of us. We need that high quality of life ourselves. That's why we come to work. That's why we live here. So the mission statement is our purpose. The mission statement is our fundamental guidance. It's why we exist. So that's something that you should know if you don't know what our mission statement is. When we adopted when we first were in the initial planning stages of the strategic plan, we went around, we did tours around the city of Goldsboro in each department. And each department had buy-in. I remember the public rec department, Felicia getting on stage. I know what the vision statement is. I know what our values are, because those are all important. Our core values are what drive the individual. It's PIC, is the acronym: professionalism, integrity, and customer focus. Well, professionalism can be trained, can be taught. Integrity, well, that's something you can't teach. You got to have that when you come to work for the city of Goldsboro. Customer focus, that's imperative. We have to be focused on our citizens because they are our customers. When we look at our vision and extraordinary citizens experience, that tells that employee that every encounter, our commodity is service. That's what we provide on every level to the residents and visitors of the city of Goldsboro. So when they have an encounter with a citizen, they have to exceed expectations. That's the goal. That's the messaging that goes across the city of Goldsboro through the enrollment when they come to work, and we sit down and talk to them for their enrollment process with HR. It's just reality. We're saying the same message, not only from the council, city manager, department head, and frontline employee staff. The same message is being communicated. I'm gonna step over here. So when we look at these council priorities in 2017, not a lot has changed today. What are your priorities in your district and from a city perspective individually? Think about that. I'll come back to it. So when you look at the priorities, the one thing you have to consider are, if you're going to come close to achieving these priorities, you have to look at what's considered a critical success factor. What are the critical success factors in achieving these goals? And I've talked to the mayor before we started this meeting and told him what I plan on doing, and he said okay. So when you look at the critical success factor, what are they from achieving your goals or your priorities? Would you say one is ID, what the top priorities are? Is that important? Taj? Pardon? Okay, so top priority, ID, top priority. Okay, what's another? This is interactive. This is back and forth. We need you here. We need your leadership here.
So,
Can you restate the question?
All right. So in order to achieve our growth goals, what are some of the critical success factors that you have to entertain as leaders?
well, don't we need to, if this is interact, don't we need to, when we ID the top priorities, shouldn't we talk about the top priorities
Discuss.
before we're going to?
Yeah. What else?
We need to be open-minded and receptive to each of the council members' ideas.
Absolutely. You got to be open for discussion, to receive and give. What else?
We need to know what our resources are, as well as our assets. Assets are not just in dollars and cents. Assets are people.
We did a lot of that today, trying to identify what our resources and expenditures are from a budget
We need to
standpoint.
know our challenges, what our challenges.
What our challenges are. What else? One more.
I don't know if it's something that I like to do, research.
Research. Research and development, extremely important in the process. So, if these are our critical success factors, how do we dive in? What are our priorities? And this is where I take the conversation that we had, the mayor opened up the retreat with. What are our top priorities?
quality of life for our constituents.
All right. What else? What's the priority? Economic development, maybe? We've been talking about residential and commercial development. Councilman Polak, housing, is that important?
Yes, sir. And that's another, when she came with quality of life.
See, all that goes under it.
Equality of housing would be, and also, and I know we talk about housing a lot, but I'm a stickler for ownership because of a legacy and inheritance, because if you never own it, you're never gonna have something to leave, so that's why I stand by opportunity of ownership.
So that might be a priority to Councilmember Pollock, but not Councilmember Aycock. And that's okay. That's perfectly okay. So what else? Before we go there, housing. How do we define housing? Are we talking about low to moderate income housing? Are we talking about housing that's affordable for the average household incomes that meet our demographic based on the Census Bureau? Are we talking about the executive housing that we were talking about from a planning standpoint? Where are the neighborhoods going to be when these executives move? How are we defining housing? So that's something you have to break it down and look at the analytics that supports it. What else?
I mean, because you can also include rehabilitation in housing as well. Like
Rehabilitation, that's right.
current dwellings that we have.
And to piggyback on what you said about the presentation yesterday, just in reference to executive housing, I think a lot of people on the other side of the tracks, and I had some questions yesterday from some of my constituents that felt that they were not being looked at as equal, because that seemed to be the paramount discussion, was just executive housing in reference to your school teachers, your middle income people, and they were kind of feeling like they were slighted in that direction moving forward, that it was just kind of focused and honed in on those types of living situations. So I think that goes back to equality, and of course there's going to be the ups and there's going to be the lows, but we also need to figure out and focus on the in-betweens too. So
Absolutely. Great dialogue. What about jobs? Do we need jobs in this area?
Sure.
I think jobs cross over every demographic, because every demographic say we need more. What else?
This doesn't fit on there in a nice, polite bullet, but the overall desirability of someone who would want to open up anything from a trampoline park to a programming, or a business, whatever it is, but them being able to come to Goldsboro, find a commercial location, find a residential location, and it'd be a desirable place for them to grow their business and their life. And like I said, that does not politely fit into an individual bullet, so don't even try. But that desirability piece from the outside looking in is very important.
So I would say small business development.
Sure.
Critical here. We're critical to the success of your leadership.
And not to add an extra bullet, but to piggyback on what Councilman Geller said.
Please do.
Equal access to resources in regards to small business and nonprofit, not predetermined allocation. So
Watch this.
Equal access.
Watch this. Equal access.
And I look at that as like quality of life.
Did I put that up there? DEI? Diverse, equity, and inclusion? Sure. Highly political, that's highly political. But you're looking at all aspects of it in the city of Goldsboro as we grow. All right, so this was needed. I needed your input here. And what I'll do is take it. The strategic plan is a document that's forever changing. It's a working document. Each year, our needs change as a community, as a municipality. So should the strategic plan. But it's based on input coming from each one of you. Who established these goals? Council. So, do you like them? Are they still meeting needs in our community? If not, let's change them. Reason I say that is, you guys remember this? An extraordinary, this is our vision, our values, our mission statement down here at the bottom. This was created because at the time, the city manager said, look at all the pictures in here. We had to exchange photos about 5 or 6 times to get this right based on the city manager's input at the time. Because the pictures that we had in here didn't represent our community from a culture standpoint, from a race standpoint. So we finally got it right, and we took it to the employees to come up with a name, to develop a name for the strategic plan. Grow Goldsboro was the name. Again, the correlation. That couldn't be more paramount than right now, because a lot of things are happening from a transportation standpoint, from a development standpoint, from a water and sewer capacity standpoint. A lot of things are happening. If I were you, I would be overwhelmed with all the presentations that occurred yesterday and today. Directors came to you for help. They're doing more with less. And what we're doing from a strategic plan standpoint, we're using the dashboard to track and measure the results of these metrics. Bear with me just one moment. Okay, so just a moment ago, you saw the external version of the strategic plan. What you're looking at now is the internal version. You have not seen this. This is what I've just introduced to the department heads. This document, this is the working document that the department heads will use, that I use to keep the strategic plan live and active. We've gone from an environment where it takes 6 to 8 hours to update our strategic plan. That now takes, not including the time, research, and development to calculate the new numbers, but it takes less than 10 minutes to update the strategic plan now. Our plans are to update the strategic plan external version on or between April 1 and May 1. The rationale behind that is we have national data that has not been published yet. So in some cases, you may see numbers, reoccurring numbers from the previous year. But I say that to say that the department heads are all in with respect to training and development of this. The first one, at this time, I'd like to take you through just a few of the metrics because I know your time is of essence and you're ready to go. So an example of what we're tracking and measuring is the police department crime rate metric. First thing you see is a big red indicator, left corner up there. What that basically says is we are not at our target as far as this metric is concerned. Each of these metrics are clearly defined with metric definition, target definition, organizational effect, target data, as well as significance. Each one of the metrics. So if I'm in San Diego and I'm considering moving to Goldsboro, North Carolina, I go onto Goldsboro's website, I'll see this metric. On this crime rate metric, what we're, by definition, the number of Part 1 crimes per 1,000 people. Part 1 crimes include crimes against persons, homicide, aggravated assault, rape. Not included in this until the 2019, and crimes against property, which are your robbery, burglary, larceny, motor vehicle theft, and arson. If you look at the diagram over here on the right, what you will see is our target is way down here at the bottom. It's 31.9, and our actual is 50%. So in essence, we're nowhere near our target. That's why we are a red. But what you will see from 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, we're trending in the right direction. That's the success of this program. What that will also tell you is we're doing more for less. Because as the police department has presented on many occasions, there's some 30 plus officers down and still trending in the right direction. Very important. Let's go to our fire department. And I'm going to change your screen and go to a fire department, and you're going to see quite a bit of at any point I can pull up any department, and again, this is strategy and performance management. So now I have the access to sit at my desk and manage each department for the benefit of the city manager. I can look at a lot of different things. In this case, you see all of the fire department indicators are green. If I scroll down, because the fire department is involved in the UNC School of Government benchmarking process, we have all their metrics that are being benchmarked throughout the School of Government, 14 communities. Then we go down further, we have developed the platform for our capital improvement plan. At a glance, I know what projects are priority, how are they being funded, and at what dollar amount, and in what specific year, what FY year And I scroll down even further, and I'll see their total for their capital improvement plan. Now, you may say, Murphy, what the heck you need that for? Well, we don't right now because we don't have a capital improvement plan across the city. But we have the foundation from a strategic management standpoint to build one. And that's where we're headed as far as the city is concerned. This is good stuff. At a point and click, we have access to this. So, at this point, what I'd like to do is highlight a few more metrics. First one is street pavement condition rating. What we're, by definition, the percent of streets that do not meet the pavement condition rating of 80% or greater on a scale of 0 to 100, qualifying the roughness, surface, distress, skid resistance, and deflection. What does that mean to you? That basically means we drive down these roads and see what roads need improvement. If you see cracks in the road, if you see unlevelness in the road, these are the roads that we're measuring in this category. Well, Murphy, what's the target? By definition, the target is to have less than 35% of our streets rated below a PCR of 80%. Close to target is 45%. Anything greater needs improvement. Top left-hand corner states that we are a red. We need improvement. At this time, I'd like to invite Bobby to make a comment regarding, from his perspective, because he is the gatekeeper of this metric. I work directly with each department head regarding the outcomes of these metrics. So, Bobby.
Really, 12:30? Welcome. So for our rating from an engineering department, as Octavius talked about, we want, our ideal target is to have 35% of our roads, or less than 35% of our roads, less than the 80 PCR rating. We grade our streets from 0 to 100. Right now, due to budget concerns, we're basically doing that as what we call a windshield roll-by. So instead of having a true rating from a flexibility standpoint or from a coring standpoint, we're doing it all from an eye and an experience standpoint. But because of where our streets are, that's good enough for what we need to be doing right now. As you can see, or I don't know if I can scroll down a little bit. Let's see. So just to give you a quick and dirty viewpoint from the organizational effect, you can kind of read through that, but I'm going to skip that and go to the table down here below. You can see historically, at least from when we started tracking this, where about $500,000 was being contributed from general fund to the resurfacing program. And as you all know, in 2016 was when we had our street bond that was passed. And you can see where the funds jumped up from about $500,000 to a significant jump to what we were contributing from a resurfacing standpoint. So that's significant because we started out in this process, it looks like in 2016, at around 60% of where our streets were. So that's well above where we wanted to be with the 35% or less than 35% target. Once we started really throwing money at the process, then you could see where we jumped down to 50%, and that trend was getting us to where we needed to be because we're catching up. We're doing a lot of catching up from that standpoint. However, COVID, we did not pave or we did not put out a contract during COVID, so that kind of put us a little bit more behind the 8 ball. So we were on a downward trend and getting to where we needed to be, and then COVID hit, and then we had to jump back up a little bit with the most recent resurfacing project, but we were still ended at 55.4%. in that rating.
So our goal is 35%. We ended up at 54%. We have a ways to go. So what does that translate to you as a leader, as from a strategic planning standpoint? They need funding. The reason I asked them to come up here is the bond sunset in 2021. So this funding is straight out of the general fund. So this is going to be another request that you have to consider. And these are the reasons why. Transitioning to the next metric. Which is our downtown development office metric. Here, by definition, the amount of the downtown infrastructure return on investment, critical. The amount of investment in downtown Goldsboro infrastructure from other funding sources. Here we're measuring county, state, federal, and private funding in comparison to city funding investments, streetscape, public safety, complex, Paramount Theater, Union Station. You can see on the graph where the numbers come in. The data that we are tracking, target data, downtown development defines the target based on Main Street community data, 64 some odd cities, less than 50,000 in population, similar to our population here, and track fiscal year. So from July to June is the tracking point. So we take this information and we have started, what we'll start doing, which is different in this metric, is we'll start combining all funding from 2013, and it'll be a rolling number. So we'll always be able to see the true indication of the city's investment in the money. Did I say that right? Okay. So, wow, I said something right. So it's important. Well, what's the result? She's in green here. The standard is 200%. Last year we were a 3-2 to 1 ratio. Guess what we are this year? We're a 4 to 1 ratio, meaning we've invested, based on this chart, $250,000 in 2021 compared to $500,000, and more importantly, scroll up here, $9 million from private investors. So Aaron, if you will, what does this translate to for the benefit of the council?
Thank you for that. So as Octavia stated, the measure is tracking the return on the city's investment in comparison to all other funding sources. So that's private, state, federal, and county. This is important to track because it offers a tangible outcome to our municipal spending. It also justifies the investment decisions by this council and our city leadership and sets the stage for future development. And the reason why we capture this information on an ongoing basis versus year over year is two reasons. One, downtown development is not an overnight process. It can take years from conception to groundbreaking to finalizing a project. So it's important to track that over time. And also it allows us to truly gauge the success of leveraging our city's downtown investments and hopefully preparing you guys as city leaders to make future decisions strategically and based on long-term tested data. So I want to look at this chart a little bit more because what it doesn't show is the total. So At the top, or over here on the chart in green, you see private investment. In orange, you see public investment. So it's a little bit fluid based on investment decisions that we make. And of course, private investment is going to be fluid as well. But we want to see a trend where we are leveraging our public investment, and it is actually encouraging that private investment to grow. So if you look at 2019, where we had the most recent influx of public investment, you can see the growth of green trending upwards, which is exactly what we want. Now, green, the private investment could certainly fluctuate depending on major projects, but we're showing that as a positive trend. And over time, since 2013, we are currently tracking at a 4-to-1 ratio return on our investment. So that shows that downtown is a great place to invest, to see that return on your investment. Private investment could mean additional commercial spaces, it could mean additional jobs, it could mean additional residential opportunities. And currently we have 63 new residential units that are going to be rolling out in the next couple of months. So it's really showing the success of that. What I also want to mention is the overall total. So we've talked about the ratio, but the way that kind of pans out. In orange, that totals up to $12 million in city investment. And then we combine the green and blue for a total of $49 million. So we've leveraged that $12 million to bring an additional $49 million in investment just in our downtown. And the way that that blue and green breaks down is $32 million in private and $17 million in state and federal. And I want to break it down just one more piece because I think it's important to note where the dollars have been spent downtown from the city. So the city's input or investment in Tiger, which is the overhaul of Center Street, Walnut Street, the wayfinding signage, GWTA, all of that combined, the city's investment in that was $2.3 million. That was matched by $14.6 million in federal dollars. That's significant. So the city's investment, 3.3. The federal folks invested 14.6. That remaining $8.7 million from the city in downtown funded things like police and fire, which was $6 million. Funded things like improvements at the Paramount, at City Hall, Union Station. So when you think about that $12 million in investment downtown, that's not just streetscape. That's a small fraction of that was put into streetscape that in turn has allowed us to see a significant investment from both private and federal, state, and county. So I think that's it. Any questions? Thank you.
This is incredible stuff. So what does that translate into as far as a mayor council standpoint? Continued funding in downtown development. At the end of the day, that's what's needed. You may not think it is needed when you see a 4-to-1 ratio, but that's exactly what's needed. So, Aaron, thank you for that insight. One more, and this is by far one of my favorites. It actually is yes. I cannot see it. Okay. Have you seen my presentation? Okay, so by definition, as I said, this is one of my favorites because I know how hard Laura has worked on this metric for the last 2.5 years. She's not only did her own research, but she's engaged the IT department to come up with formulas to make sure the numbers are accurate. So by definition, the percent of board members diversity on all city boards and commissions by race. Racial diversity includes non-white, African American, Native American, Hawaiian, Asian, Hispanic, and 2 or more races. So when you look at the trend, the target is to be within 10% of the city's demographic of diverse. So 59% represents the city demographic and race. So we want to be within 10% of that number. Well, I submit to you that this can change very quickly. In 19, when we first start tracking this, you were looking at 31%, 29%, and just so I scroll down so you can see, 31% black and 29% white, and then 3% all other. That changed in 20. 29, it dropped just by 2 members. It dropped to 29% and 34% white. So this year, based on the numbers that are reported, 31%, 31 black, 31 and all other cultures, and 31 white. So we're at 50%. We're not at our target, which is 54, 55%, but we're close. What does this mean to you? Well, each time you evaluate your boards and commissions, Laura's tracking your outcomes. And we're, from a diverse standpoint, we want to make sure we continue to be as diverse as possible. So that means we have to do a little more hard work in trying to engage the entire community to include the black and brown. So, Laura, thank you for your hard work on this, because this is important for residents and visitors to see. This is good stuff. So, where do we grow from here? In closing, we have to stay committed to our strategic planning initiatives. All departments, well, not all departments are involved, but we identified a new metric that we need today. What metric didn't you see today that was talked about a lot? Our bond credit rating. You think that's important?
Very.
It's extremely important. So we'll have to build a metric and make sure, because it's going to take us some time to get back to where we were 2 or 3 years ago. So thank you for your engagement in the role playing, because we will use this information to develop new metrics, new goals, and to present to you to see where you want to go from here. Now, having said that, Mayor, just a personal bit of gratitude off topic. We have 3 more sessions for our Citizens Academy. Thank you for your leadership in that role. The Citizens Academy has been well attended. We have 17 participants, and they are all candidates for anything we need in the city of Goldsboro. They're your professional nurses. They are your clergy. They are educators. There are small business owners. So it's a great pool to pull from. I think something, what was that presented by Main Street? The Economic Development Fund would be a great source to pull some of those leaders from. But I say thank you, Mayor, thank you to the council, because the majority of you have attended. Each session continues to take on a personality of its own, so we appreciate it. Any questions? Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Mayor, if I could just add, I asked Octavius to put this presentation together to get some council input, but to consider what our objectives should be in the future. Underneath these goals, we have different objectives, targets, if you will. Things we want to consider in the future would be council-driven. This has been created by staff. Staff can add more metrics to it, but things that council are interested in is really what we want to drive at. Thank you.
And I'll just simply add that a plan is only a plan until you put money behind it. And we need to have this conversation again as it gets closer to budget time, and make sure that the investment of our dollars follows what we say it is that we value. That's very important. So I appreciate this time. Thank you.
Well, that's one reason the city manager has it as a part of his letter of address in the budget. And we're embarking on some real challenges. One of the challenges throughout our communities in North Carolina is the council has too much engagement in the strategic planning initiative. So I welcome, as the point of contact for the strategic plan, I welcome your input. This is going to be good. And the community seeing your engagement and your leadership is going to make it even better. Working together, we have the platform to achieve our growth initiatives that we will desire. Any other questions, comments? Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're nearing the end of this session. I'd like now to, before I do a round table here, to ask the manager to sort of give us a quick overview of what we've done, what we've decisions we've made, issues that we still need to look at in the future.
Okay. Well, we just made some decisions earlier today that we approved the auditing firm of Greg Isley to help us get the FY23 budget done. We approved the ability to use the $8.8 million with the standard allowance and to put it into personnel. Those were the big decisions we got out of today.
Approve the Juneteenth.
Approved the Juneteenth as well, correct, as a holiday. So I don't know how much time you want to take, Mayor, to go through each individual issue and see if there's any feedback from council on them, you know, from the economic development discussion to the public utilities discussion and the tour that council members got to see, the road construction, the department head item input, CDBG, United Way. You know, we can go through each one of these individual items, or council members can just raise them as they want now. But in the end, I'm looking for any kind of guidance you might want to give me towards the FY23 budget process, which is about to begin. So, you know, one of the biggest items is obviously utility rates.
And that is on my list of to-do things. Let me just mention, first of all, I want to thank the manager and Laura and Holly for their efforts in this. Also want to thank each of the department heads and their staff for your input or your participation, your presentations, and so forth. One thing that we learned out of this is that the city's financial picture is not as good as we'd like for it to be due to past and ongoing debt. But we believe the debt, based on what we've been shown to be, is declining, and our revenues are looking good. So we hope that as we move forward with the audits being completed and final figures coming in for the year, that we're going to be in a much better position than we have been in the past 12 to 18 months. As Mr. Salmon mentioned, we listened to and participated in discussions concerning our growth, our economic development. We took tours out to our water plants, the water plant itself and the reclamation plant, to see for ourselves what the state of those facilities are. We heard about the upcoming redistricting that we are going to have to be making a decision on at some point. We've heard about our financial status, both past and present, and also our mid-year update on our financial status and our potential year-end outlook. And of course, one of the decisions that we met was the appropriation of the ARPA funds as to how they will be managed within our city. And we have, as said, made some decisions here, but we still have a couple of decisions that we have coming up that we have to make, redistricting the charitable giving and others that have been mentioned. So We have had a very productive meeting, I think. A lot of information came out of it. I think that the public will find eye-opening to them. I hope they've been informed of ongoing situations that we have, and both positive and negative. But I hope you, I speak to the citizens now, know and understand that this council is working very diligently to address all of these issues that we have heard about, and that we're doing it in a cohesive manner in which we can produce some positive outlook and results. So I'm going to stop there. I'm going to let the council go around and have any final comments you might like to make before we adjourn. I'll start with you, Councilman Aycock.
None.
Sir.
Did we approve the NC Main Street agreement?
We,
Sorry, but for the record, my question was if we approved the resolution requesting services for NC Main Street. We did?
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
We did that
Thank you, Madam
yesterday.
Clerk.
We did that yesterday. Do you have any other comments?
Very, very brief. Thank you so much to all the city employees that have been able to join us all day. I realize that this means that you're checking emails and doing stuff at night, and anytime you make the mistake of agreeing to be out of the office for a couple of days, it makes the days following that incredibly stressful. That's not lost on me. So thank you so much for your time today. The presentations have been fantastic, and I look forward to going through a successful budget cycle.
Councilman Pollard?
I just want to thank the department heads once again, as well as all the city employees. One of the key words I spoke on yesterday was loyalty with city employees that have remained with the city under such circumstances as they faced. I was a city employee. I left. I sometimes regret it. I miss working for the city, but I just want to applaud all the city employees, and I want us to move forward with a retention plan to keep more of our employees. And hopefully, as city council, we can be better liaisons with our department heads and our city employees and retain our city employees. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes, I would like to thank each and every presenter. It was very good, very informative. There was so much. There was really some good things, and there were some not so good things, but we're going to work on those. There were two items that, one that was very concerned about was the T.L. Coley facility. I really would like for us to take a look at that and market that facility a little better. See if we can come up with resources to buy the tables that Felicia spoke of and the chairs, so that we will be able to market it as a place that people can have their family reunions there. Different organizations can have their meetings. A lot of people have scholarship banquets, that they can have there, and that will bring up the revenue some. So as the city council, I would like for us to, take a look at the resources and what we can do to help that facility and bring it up to where it needs to be. It is a historical facility, and we would like to keep it, and we would like to see it flourish. And then the second thing is I want to ask the city council to really think about a committee which will be called Operation Utility. I would like for it to be a committee reflective of each district, and that we would take a look at the utility bills to help provide those individuals that will not be able to pay their water bill. Also, we can, in the specifics and the goals, we can cap the age and cap the income. But I don't want us to just talk about it. We have so many boards. When I look on this sheet, I see the different boards. So I would like for us to go ahead on and implement a board, find someone from each district. I know that District 5 and 6 is going to be different from District 1 and 3. Their needs, but we really do need to take a look at it. We're talking about the budget and things that we need to do, so I really know that the constituents will really be happy and pleased that their city council is being proactive in helping with their water bill. And I want to thank each and every one of you, my city council, and the city employees, everyone that was here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jones. I echo your sentiments about those two items that you spoke about. I believe the rest of the council does as well. If there are no further discussions or whatever, as I look around the table, this meeting is adjourned.